Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm Rettore Giovanni Cannata. I'm director of this university. Sorry. I'm director of this university, and it is a pleasure to me to guest you in the seal of our university, to guest this Impel meeting. Impel, European Union Network for the Implementation and Enforcement of Environmental Law. If environmental law is very important for the development of our countries, the enforcement is required, is strongly required in order to have effective utilization of the system of laws in our countries. So it's very interesting to us to guest you here. I know that there are Italian people here in the seal, but also linked by the Zoom procedure. And I know also that there are a strong involvement in this project of the of different countries, in particular, we hope newcomers in the European Union, and also in different countries of the Union actually acting on the environmental law and or environmental procedures. So it is a pleasure to us to guest you here. I know that you will have here 2 days of work. I'm sorry do not participate to the work, but the duties of my charge compel me to other activity. And I hope that the results of this meeting can be used and spreaded also by our website if you have some conclusions that you prefer to spread by also by publication of the work that you are doing here in our university. So this is a seminar to inform the community, and I hope that the community can have here in University Mercatorum an Italian seal for your activities next time, and this will be very interesting to us. I conclude hoping that you can have a good work. And we have arranged also to have a sunny day today. Yesterday was not like today, and but the opportunity to work here in our university is a pleasure to us, and I think that can be a good opportunity for further cooperation. In particular with our faculty and for the courses of political science and social relations. Thank you very much for being here, and I appreciate too much the idea that Vittorio Occorsio has launched to us to guest you today. Good work. Grazie.
I give the floor now to Pasquale Fimiani, which is an advocate general of the High Cassation Court in Italy. I met him the first time in a AIMPE meeting in Crete 5 years ago, and so there is first a personal relationship with him, and I'm proud to be one of the friends of Pasquale. But he represents also a link with between Impel and ENPE. Is a full member of ENPE in Italy. And we are making a lot of work about this. And I think that this kind of experience that we are going to expose today to everybody, I think that could be something to be thought about also in the judiciary system, if I may, Pasquale. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. I take part in your meeting in 3 different roles. As a member of the scientific committee of the Vittorio Corso Foundation, as full member for Italy of the ENPE, and as Advocate General at the Supreme Court of Rome. First, what is the Vittorio Corso Foundation? The foundation was born in memory of Vittorio Corso. Here is the nephew of this judge and prosecutor of the Italian Republic that was victim of neo-fascism terrorist attack in 1966. The foundation is committed to preserving the memory of all magistrates and other victims of duty, deepening it and passing it down from generation to generation. The foundation intends to stimulate a cultural reflection that allows the new generation to appreciate their working method and to enhance their example of life. The foundation aims to stimulate interdisciplinary research and to contribute to proposing a new reflection on the exercise of jurisdiction, also comparing itself with the experience of other countries that have faced serious challenges for democracy. The foundation also provides for the funding of young scholars, even in the graduation phase, to contribute to training. And finally, the foundation has also undertaken research activities in the field of new information technologies. In this context, one of the activities of the foundation is focused on the use of the artificial intelligence and the law enforcement and criminal prevention. We established work groups focused on the use of artificial intelligence as an instrument to carry out criminal offenses with the aim to make aware the judicial system about this new threat and to set up suitable instruments to face the stemming very new challenges for the jurisdiction. We are studying as well the new opportunities offered by artificial intelligence to fight crimes and in particular environmental crimes. And Giuseppe is one of the friends of the foundation, and we cooperate in a preliminary study about the use of artificial intelligence to fight environmental crimes, and in the next weeks we will distribute a preliminary study about the perspective of the use of the artificial intelligence in this issue. Our aim is collect and share in the judicial system ongoing experiences, but also to study and to give awareness to the use of AI in crimes taken and in general in the jurisdiction on them. Second, as a member, full member of ENPE, I'm glad to welcome this relevant Impel project because of 2 reasons. The first one, ENPE with other 4 networks, is recognized as a particular point of the cooperation for the development of the study of legislation and the systems in environmental matters. Also, the quality of the relationship and the capability to synchronize the work along the chain is crucial. So ENPE welcomed the Impel National Peer Review Project as an instrument to concretely implement these principles. The second reason is this. As usual, as actual major demonstration of this principle, there is the drafting by the 4 networks of a common position paper about the uptaking of the Environmental CRA Directive that is expected within 2033. It is a huge piece of legislation that embeds several of the needs recognized in the practical implementation of the present ACD, and it is not possible here today to discuss of its relevant context. But there is, in particular, an article of the proposal for the renewal of the Environmental CRA Directive that fits particularly well with the spirit of the Impel Project National Peer Review Initiative. The article 19 addressing the coordination and cooperation between competent authorities within a member state that states a list of actions to be carried out, such as the definition of common priorities, exchange of best practices, and others that find in a peer review process suitable instrument or even a precondition. The work done by Impel in this field is a model to be seriously taken into consideration, also in regard with the initiative that I'm going to expose to you now. That's the third perspective of my participation in this meeting. So I would like to inform you about the establishment of an environmental network of prosecutors general in Italy. This network was established 5 years ago and has 3 levels. The first is the general prosecutor in the Supreme Court. The second are the general prosecutor in every district in the Court of Appeals. And the third are the prosecuting offices. The network is designed to ensure the shared implementation of activities relating to the identification and dissemination of the good practices in the assessment of environmental crimes, promote the sharing of common models of organization, encourage the exchange of information, good practices, and locally adopted protocols to disseminate and eventually share them with other district prosecution office. And the prosecutor generals directly or through their delegates, the prosecutor general at the Court of Appeal, encourage regular training and information sessions among several districts on the subject matter relating to the network activities, receive the indication of good practices and operation and organization issues from the individuals who are responsible for the environment in the prosecuting office, carry out adequate initiatives to ensure the uniform prosecution of the environmental crime matters, ensure that district records are kept of organization protocols and instruction given to the police relating to the environment. So I can give to Giuseppe the entire text of my presentation and the description of the network activities because we are not in time, I think. But in conclusion, from these 3 different perspectives, I think that in this field, the collaboration between different experiences is a fundamental tool for the fight against environmental crime. And in this field, private organization as, of course, a foundation, the organization of agency, Impel, and public organization, the Italian network of prosecutors can work together for this fundamental goal for all us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pasquale, for your introduction that make us understand how our work can be actually supported and empowered by the connection between different networks. Because each one of us can make it best, but the real power and the real capacity of fighting crime and protecting the environment is connected to the capability of all the elements of the compliance chain to work together. So I think that this is an actual and real concrete expression of what the European Union says about how to go forward with the environment compliance initiative, which is an instrument that do not work to change laws and so on, but tries to keep together all the elements of the compliance chain. And we are acting so because we really think that it's really an innovation and really can produce big benefits for our environment. Thank you, Pasquale. I know that you cannot be with us too much, but anyway, we are here when you could be with us. Thank you. Now we should have with us Miroslav Angelo from the DG Environment. We had some troubles yesterday to connect, but I'm very, very, very happy to see that now you can be with us. And thank you so much for your presence. And we are very interested about what you are going to say about the perspective of the European Commission about, in general, what is going forward in the environmental activities, but also about the work that we are making as Impel and together with the other three networks. Thank you, Miro. The floor is to you.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe. Also for the great support over the years about our initiatives and the cooperation with Impel. It is a great pleasure and big honor for me to be able to share with you experiences and to discuss. Today, I really regret that I cannot be with you, but I hope for your understanding that we are here very, very busy with the work on the proposal for a new environmental crime directive, which was already mentioned by the previous speaker. It is now thankful that we have also these opportunities for exchanges in a virtual manner. But I really hope that there will be soon another occasion so that we can discuss with you and your team more in detail. So Impel was very crucial in developing over the last years the cross-network cooperation. And I was really pleased to hear again this morning that the role of the whole compliance chain or enforcement chain is recognized, and that this is taken into account also for several Impel projects, including the one to which the today's conference is devoted. We cannot have strong enforcement and good implementation if particular actors along the chain have challenges in their work. So we have to be effective along the chain. And it is recognized also in several Commission documents that networks of environmental enforcement practitioners have to play an important role in this respect. And I'm happy to say that that these networks already proved several times that they can be very useful and crucial for the development of new policy initiatives. Impel in particular is very helpful with the development of methodologies for exchanges of good practices, for evaluations and for peer reviews. The Commission recognized the role of Impel already years ago when launching the initiatives on environmental compliance assurance and the relevant action plan. Impel committed to contribute to the implementation of this action plan, and in particular by expanding the Impel review initiative and developing further instrument and methodologies inspired by the methodology of the Impel review initiatives. And we welcome very much the launching of the project of national peer reviews based also on establishment of national IMPA or environmental enforcement networks. So this was recognized also in several commission documents, and we are really happy that work has progressed even over the pandemic. And we have now, with the results of your project, dear Giuseppe, and your team, very good outcomes, allowing more structured approach to organization of national peer reviews, and for providing tools and methodologies for effectiveness evaluation, also for possibilities for different authorities to learn from each other. It is a complex world, and we have in several member states complex institutional settings. And it was rightly referred already this morning to the need for effective coordination and cooperation. But for this, we need to ensure that all actors know each other, that it is clear who belongs to the enforcement chain and who does what. And the first step is always a mapping exercise, but then second step is to learn from each other, to focus on identified challenges, and then to see also for good practices, and all this by using well-established methodology. So that's all already included in the outcomes of the project to which today's conference is devoted. And this is very promising also for the future. The Environmental Crime Directive was mentioned by the honorable colleague before, and this is a good moment for me also to refer to some novelties in our proposal for a new Environmental Crime Directive, which would be of relevance also for your project. It was indeed the Article 19, which we proposed on coordination and cooperation mechanisms between different authorities, and we have signaled there also the possible mechanisms to establish these structured mechanisms for cooperation and coordination. And this is also the provision where the role of European networks as IMPA and EMPE is in particular recognized in the main text of this proposed new legal instrument, where we also mentioned as a possible form of this more structured cooperation mechanism, the specialized coordination bodies, memorandum of understanding, but also establishment of national enforcement training networks and developing joint trainings. The next article of our directive, which is also a novelty in the sense that it is not seen in previous EU directives on environmental criminal law based on the same legal basis. That's Article 20 on the national strategy. And we also learned from IMPA and the other networks over the years how important it is to establish a strategic approach to planning environmental enforcement activities and to ensure their effectiveness. And that's why we proposed also a provision on obligation for member states to establish, publish, and implement a national strategy on combating environmental crime. And we provided for minimum elements of this strategy. And one of the proposed content elements to be included in the strategic approach is to explain and establish procedures and mechanisms for regular monitoring and evaluation of the results achieved along the enforcement chain. And in this area, I see also future perspectives for the work you have already done, the results already achieved in terms of establishing methodology, providing for a toolbox to be used for different purposes, can be used later, I think, in the framework also of the new Environmental Crime Directive, and also in the updated and expanded EU legal framework based on sectorial legislation, because we have also in several ongoing initiatives provisions, more detailed provisions on enforcement, inspections, but also on sanctions. And for all this to work in an effective manner, we we need to ensure that capacities are there and also specialization. And again, involvement of all actors along the chain is important. And sometimes we see from our perspective also the need to establish cooperation and to learn also from authorities working with similar functions, but in other areas. And this was particularly highlighted in the communication launching the Zero Pollution Action Plan of the European Commission. And the flagship 5 of this action plan is devoted to strengthening implementation and enforcement. And it signals there the need for exchanges and cooperation aimed at creating synergies between environmental authorities, in particular environmental enforcement authorities, and authorities with similar functions in other areas, be it transport, energy, or others. And I was particularly pleased that IMPO showed interest already in this initiative, in these envisaged activities, and IMPO representatives already enriched the discussions at several workshops which took place over the last months, and there are discussions how to further continue with this activity. So this is also maybe kind of inspiration for the future implementation of review initiatives at national level. So peer reviews will be necessary in future, and they may consider in future not only involving actors at national level from the whole enforcement chain, but in the area of environment, but seeing for synergies or learning about good practices developed also in other areas. And by this also contributing to the implementation of the Zero Pollution Action Plan, and to further enhancing the cooperation with the Commission. And this will all contribute also to the general objectives of the European Green Deal, which focuses on implementation and enforcement also to a big extent in order to ensure effectiveness of EU policies in several areas. Again, your results already achieved are very useful, and I see potential for their use also in future. It is highly appreciated that the IMPO team actively promotes the results and the tools developed, and today's conference is a very good opportunity to see how they can be used in practice at different levels. It is very useful to have this flexible approach, but to have also established methodology allowing targeting peer reviews at national level to the identified needs. So it's a great contribution also for the need to evaluate in a permanent basis the effectiveness of national environmental enforcement systems. And when the results of these peer reviews and evaluations are properly taken into account, then institutional settings and policy development will be more effective in future, and the national environmental enforcement system can become a self-improving system based on data collection, based on the peer reviews, and based on openness in all administrative public bodies involved in this work. I thank you very much for your attention. Wish you good luck and a lot of success of today's event and also in the future work. And I look forward to continuation of our well-established cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miro, for your very, very important speech for us, because it gives also us some outlook about how to proceed to be even more effective, and how which will be the legislative landscape that is waiting for us with the implementation of the new directive that I think about Italy was very useful to now to go forward with some issues that were open with the previous directive. And I would like to ask also to the floor if there is some question for you, some observation about what you said. Nobody wants to present any question for Miro? It's clear. Everybody here say that what you said is really clear. And I have a question from Chris Dykens. Could you come here, please?
There we are. Good morning, Miroslav. Can you hear me?
Good morning. I was unmuted for a second. I can hear you. Good morning, dear Chris.
Well, it's about a question about, well, we are talking here about peer review mechanisms, instruments, so on. And I also understand that, and I know that the European Commission is implementing the EIR. And I would like to ask you what the experiences are with the implementation and how these contribute to the implementation of environmental legislation, because they are somehow connected, this initiative, with also what is included in the environmental compliance assurance mechanism. So could you say a few words about that, please?
Yes, thank you. With a great pleasure. And first, just to signal that I appreciate the additional added value of your project of mapping different methodologies and different tools to peer reviews at different levels. And of course, also the work of the Commission is recognized, and you rightly mentioned the relevance of the environmental implementation review mechanism. Indeed, the experience with this program is very useful and proved very crucial for the development, not only of initiatives to support individual member states where challenges in particular areas were identified, but also to develop further EU policies and relevant legislation to make it better implementable and easily enforceable, something which has been on the agenda of IMPEL and the other networks for several years. The experience showed or confirmed once again that without proper data collection and up-to-date information, such analysis and evaluation is very difficult. So we were lucky to rely on very responsive member states authorities who provided very useful insights and explanations where we were not sure how to understand national institutional settings or relevant national law. So this permanent dialogue is very important to ensure common understanding and also to allow for identification and sharing of good practices. So the approach of our environment implementation review includes also identification of rooms for improvement, where in particular areas there are specific challenges. And of course, also as the IMPEL model also focuses on identification also of good practices and ensuring that they are promoted and applied along the EU. So the process will continue further, and it was seen that once a methodology is established, it is much easier to do the work. So we had already more than one round, and we were learning over this process. It's maybe something similar to the development of the ideas and the methodology also within Impel, where you had, of course, the good basis of the Impel review initiatives, which, if I understood correctly, was the inspiration source for the development also of this project. So there are different forms of these mechanisms. We were actually pleased to benefit also from another peer review mechanisms over the last year. That's the so-called mutual evaluations organized by the Council. And we had a couple of years ago a mutual evaluations peer review exercise devoted to national policies and institutional settings on combating environmental crime. The information collected by the expert participating in these teams was very useful for the development of the policies and of the proposal for a new environmental crime directive. And again, the experience with this mutual evaluation showed that it is important to have in the review team representatives of different actors who plays a role along the environmental enforcement chain. So it's good to have all these tools and to benefit from them. It is all about also capacities and resources. And I was pleased to see that Impel has developed also over the years interesting online tools, so which allow different users to benefit from your tools and outcomes in different manner. I hope this responded a bit to your question, Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much, Miro. Thank you very much. Very clear.
And thank you. I thank you too, and wish you good luck with the project.
Any other questions? Okay, Miro, thank you so much. I hope that you have some time to stay with us I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Miro, for your answers to the very important question posed by Chris. And I hope that you can stay with us for some other time to witness our work. And so I ask also you to take part actively if you need. But we know that we have a lot of commitment, so we cannot say nothing if you at a certain time will let us. Well, works coming back to your very important commitment there. So thank you so much again, Miro. And now we have the short speech from Martine Blondel. I don't know if she is connected. Okay. Oh, Martine. Good morning, Martine. Who is Martine and why Martine? Sorry? Thank you. Who is Martine and why Martine is with us today? Martine Blondel is working in Impel since many years ago. When I stepped into Impel in 2014, she was already there. And we had the opportunity to work together some important project. And now Martine is the leader of the cross-cutting expert team, which among different projects in this particular area has also the national peer reviews project. As will be clarified during this seminar, national peer review initiative stems from another very relevant Impel initiative, which is the Impel review initiative, what we call IRI, that expired us in some countries. At the beginning, it was Italy and the Netherlands to try to perform something that was similar to an IRI in their countries. And based on also the good result that we had, that we explain, we'll explain also in the rest of this seminar, we had also the idea to propose to other IMPEL members to use the same techniques for the country. And so Martin now has a very important role to manage both the project and as well many other very, very, very important projects. So, yeah, Martin, I'll let you the floor to introduce you to the very important work you do in IMPEL, and with particular regard to with IRI and national peer review. Thank you, Martin. Good morning.
Good morning to everyone, to all of you. So also on behalf of IMPEL, I welcome you to this seminar on the National Peer Review Project of IMPEL. And I also welcome you as an IMPEL expert team leader of the cross-cutting tools and approaches expert team of IMPEL. My introduction will be very short. So the cross-cutting expert team, the cross-cutting tools and approaches expert team's tasks are mainly in studying and fostering of transverse matters in IMPEL. And that's why also the cross-cutting expert team is the area of activity in IMPEL that is most devoted to innovation and to contacts with other organizations and networks working in the compliance chain, such as NP, the network of the police, of the prosecutors, NV CrimeNet, network of the police, and UFIE, the network of the environmental judges. So amongst the cross-cutting expert teams, IMPEL takes care of tools that can improve the performances of its members. And one of these tools is peer reviewing. So this instrument supports an open dialogue inside organizations and amongst organizations to share best practices. And this instrument also offers an opportunity for development without the constraints and the control scope of audits. IMPEL, as Giuseppe said, gathered a big experience in peer reviewing already, because there is another project, IMPEL Review Initiative, that is going on for 20 years yet, in which IMPEL members perform peer reviews between the organizations at international level. So mostly between the IMPEL members. So based on this experience, IMPEL decided to spread this practice among its members with a project aimed at enabling them in performing peer reviews autonomously at national level, in the branches of the same organization or amongst organizations working with different roles in environmental procedures, such as in the case of permitting, inspections, monitoring, and so on. So this extension of peer reviewing from the international level to the national level needed also an effort to deliver support documents, an effort to deliver training and assistance to the countries willing to perform their own peer reviews. So there has been developed a lot of methodology, and it will be explained shortly today. And this way, the IMPEL peer review family has grown, and it gives more opportunities to its members to improve their performances, to improve the homogeneity of behavior, and to improve and to spread the best practices. So, IMPEL National Peer Review Initiative Project is becoming a community of practices in which the IMPEL members learn from each other to use the technique of peer reviewing in different fields and with different aims. And this opportunity also strengthens relationships and the perception of common aims, fundamental for the further growth of the sense of belonging to the European Union. So I wish you a very interesting seminar, and thank you very much, Giuseppe, Fabio, Peter Jan, Rafaela, and another Rafaela, I think, and all the other people who are involved in the organization, and also for all the work done until now and for organizing this seminar. I wish you a very, very fruitful day.
So much, Martina, and we miss you because we were very pleased in case you were able to came with us. But anyway, before the end of the year, we are organizing another seminar with other countries and so on. And I think that you have to keep a place in your agenda to be with us as well. And so thank you so much. And I'd ask again to the people here if there are some questions that in particular they want to pose to you by now. Okay, Pitian? Yeah, Pitian Van Zanten, which is another co-leader of our project.
Hello, Martine.
Nice to see you.
Good to have you on board, and thank you for the very warm words from you as cross-cutting expert team leader on both NPRI and IRI. But what puzzles me is, and I should like to ask you the question, but it's for all the audience and I think for all Impel, how could we strengthen the cooperation between IRI and NPRI? Because I think there's so much more in it to move forward as a community on Impel, but also to tell society what are we doing, because we're also reporting on NPRI and on IRI. What's your opinion on the possibilities to strengthen the cooperation and to move forward? I could also ask you, what's your dream?
My dream. As the international peer review is between Impel members, and there is, of course, after a review, there are recommendations, possibilities to improve. Sometimes the organization who hosted IRI is left afterwards, and maybe could use some assistance and some help from Impel to install peer reviewing in their own country afterwards to implement the useful recommendations. So I think there is one possibility for synergy. On the other hand, I think also starting from the national peer review, if there is a national peer review, it's about some subject. I suppose there will be some outcome that triggers to find more good practices internationally, and could be the trigger to start an international peer review. So I think there is a lot of synergy possible from one to another and vice versa. I think it's a question of time. I'm really positive about that. This will happen in the future, but everything needs time. So that's my vision on it.
I'm on the desk again, not because I'm not satisfied, Martina, but just triggered. Well, thank you for the answer. And I think what you're opening up now is that there are a lot of opportunities in cooperation between IRI and NPRI, and that's also my vision, of course, because I'm also almost 20 years ago, I was involved in IRI. But maybe we could address this topic not only on the cross-cutting meetings, how we could strengthen the cooperation between these initiatives, or maybe also other initiatives which can contribute to this. But also, like Giuseppe said, there will be another seminar by the end of the year, where a lot of countries who are already interested in NPRI, as the same countries have also conducted an IRI, So maybe we could pick this up as a topic and could move a bit forward on this this topic. I think it will need some time. You also said that, and people has to stand behind the idea. But I think there is a lot of opportunity to go for. So that's what I think.
It's also about sectoral expertise, because it's all about if there is a green IRI, for instance, it could possibly be the starting point of a national peer review on green matters somewhere in a country that was involved in this green IRI. So it's also about involving all the other expertise too, and of course that's also a job for me.
No, I think you're right. It's also about, but it's also about triggering all those involved. What are the opportunities to move forward? And there are a lot, I think. And I hope this meeting also today and tomorrow will give some ideas how we can pick this up.
Thank you, Jan, and thank you, Martin. Before letting the floor to Julieta, I will add a short comment on what you just said. And I just announced that we will have another seminar before the end of the year, and we are going to plan the seminar or in next days or in the project team that will be on Thursday. But I think that that seminar should be more than a seminar, maybe a workshop in which we could take into care the opportunity of defining some common activities between the teams that are performing national peer reviews and IRIs, because we see a lot of opportunity on this. The first one, and this is experience that we have in this year, that countries that had an IRI decided to go forward to spread also the results that they had with the NIRI with a national activity, with a confrontation between the members of the network that hosts the NIRI to go further in the implementation of detailed activities that cannot be faced in NIRI. And this is first reason for which I think that is very important to have a strict connection between the two. And the other one is that we just already saw also in the project that we are performing by now, a country that discuss which are the issue sorry, that they have to solve, often found the need of having further confrontation at international level. So it's the case in which an NPRI can create the need, can make emerge more than create, can make emerge the need of having an IRI with people from other countries to have also an external point of view on about what they are doing after a national peer reviews. So I think that the two reasons are enough, more than enough, to strengthen more and more the connection with the IRI team. And I propose to, but this will be discussed next day, but I'm sure that everybody here will be happy with this, to have our next seminar as also workshop on this topic, having also more people with IRI experience with us to discuss how to go forward together. Thank you, Martina. Sorry, Julieta Rack, that belongs to ISPRA, the National Institute for Environmental Protection and so on. And thank you for your presence, first of all, and thank you for your question to Martin. Thank you.
Just wanted to look at Martin face to face, if it's possible. Ciao, Martin. Happy to see you. I have just a small technical curiosity. I was wondering whether, in your experience with the IRI, you found the exercise more effective in addressing specific practices or processes or sectors, or if you found more effective to apply the review to the general organization of a body. This is very interesting to me. Also because in the IPA network, we are deciding to carry out a new exercise of mapping and monitoring the main IPAs and their roles, their functions. So for me, it would be really interesting to understand if the IRI exercise, again, is more effective if applied to a specific process or to the general organization of a public body. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. According to me, it's effective in both general and also for specific processes. It's all about scoping of the topic you want to peer review, in fact, and also I was already part of the member of a delegation of IRI in an IRI on the system of inspection and permitting and how they cooperated. That was a very general one, and it was very effective with conclusions that were implemented afterwards. Also for a specific topic, I was member of IRI. It was about the planning system of environmental, the IRI, and the directive on industrial emissions. That was it. Industrial emissions directive. It was very specific on the planning topic. Also very interesting, and also effective. And also, what's the effect? I think you have to count for both effects of the hosts, who gets really an external eye on its own work, which is very opening its own eyes, but also the people who are part of a delegation that is doing an IRI. For these experts, it's also very eye-opening, because anyway, it broadens your view on your own work, whether you were a host or you were one of the people who are in the delegation. So I'm very positive about the effect of this. Someone goes home with a lot of new ideas and open view and starts to implement or change. And you know, change is always a matter of some time. Starts to do changes at home or in the host organization. It's always effective. And this is also the same with the national peer reviewing. It's about learning together and improving slowly together to a higher standard in a very friendly way, in an open and transparent way. I'm very in favor of this kind of techniques. So it's according to me very effective in both ways, general or specific topics.
Thank you, Martina. I saw also that Miro raised his hand, and before letting him the floor, the small comment for you. In the rest of the seminar, you will see that we will show other opportunities for using peer reviews. And we started with the Impel experience regarding the review of a procedure in a country made with the support of other countries, implementing the same procedure. But we saw, getting in the national realities, that there are other needs that we are trying to address with other examples, where we hear countries that are using national peer review, as Slovakia and ECO, to improve their organization and to add in the organization that they have now a new office with some specific task, and they want to perform this improvement of organization through a process that take into account which are the needs of all the organization. And this is an example of organizational peer review. We had a very important experience in Romania that will be shared with us by Monica next days, that states that how a review made not only inside one organization, but taking into consideration different organizations taking part of the same procedure to cover all the elements of the chain of a procedure. In that case, it was the import of wastes in Romania. A peer review was very effective to streamline and be more effective, not on a section of that procedure, but on the whole procedure. Studying, yes, which each one of that part of this chain could improve their own capabilities, but also looking at the different element and how the different elements working together could improve the service for the citizen. Because from my point of view, this is what we have to take into consideration: the general improvement of a service to our citizens, and they cannot be made only with the activity of one organization. So it's the reason why they decided to take into care a peer review with different responsibilities: National Guard, Border Police, Customs, and prosecutors as well, discussing all together what could be done from the point of view of each one of them, but also from the point of view of all the chain. But if you will be with us tomorrow, you will see that this very meaningful activity made in Romania and so on. So sorry, Miro, for delaying your intervention, but it was to me important to connect it to Giulietta's observation. And thank you. Floor is up to you.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe, and good morning also to Martin, and great thanks for these observations, and also for keeping the good spirit within the cross-cutting team of Impel, even during difficult pandemic times. So that's highly appreciated. Giuseppe, I actually wanted to make a similar remark or observations on the added value of the review initiatives at European, but also at national level, and that's related also to the collection provision of evidence on the resource needs, on the need for resources. We can do sometimes more with less, but there are limits of this approach, and we need resources at different levels to be used, of course, in an effective manner, efficiently, but they have to be there. And I think some of the IRIs organized by Impel had very important practical resultant consequences in terms of both changing the legislation as a follow-up to the outcomes of the IRIs, where then more powers were given to individual competent authorities, but also in terms of providing more resources, not only staff, but also technical equipment as a follow-up again of the results of IRIs. So that's very important and shows the usefulness of the instrument. And it is only logical that national peer reviews follows then Impel peer reviews, which would allow to deepen a little bit further based on the outcomes of the IRIs, and then to focus also on the challenges and good practices also identified by the IRIs. And then in turn, maybe some new elements in the methodology, some new tools developed at national level can be considered in future as useful also for the enriching of the already well-established IRI methodology. So it's a joint learning exercise and mutually supportive activities, I would say. And in this area, I would like to highlight again the importance of transparency And it was highly appreciated that the outcomes of the peer reviews are published, that IMPO provides online information about the activities. And this was also useful for us when we have collected information to the preparation of the environmental implementations review. So country-specific information is important, and this was one important source for us, which we used. And of course, we would appreciate if it is further expanded, if more member states start using actively these mechanisms in future. And I was happy again to see that the role of the whole enforcement chain is recognized, and that actors along the chain will have to work together also within national peer reviews mechanisms. And again, expanding further in new areas should be possible, as Impel did in the past by the expansion to the green and blue areas, going beyond established work areas of industrial emissions and waste management. And I would like to mention as a final remark the usefulness also of another project of the Impel cross-cutting team, the implementation challenges project. So this was another important source of information about the practical challenges to implementation and enforcement on the ground. And it was then possible to see how synergies are possible when you put together the right people to assess and evaluate and then show possible ways to overcome the identified challenges. So again, I wanted to stress the importance of evidence collection through this mechanism, and the importance that the results are done properly communicated, given to the attention of decision makers who decides also on staff and budgets, to ensure to show to them the needs for resources, for equipment, and then to push to have more to do the work in a more effective manner. Thanks.
Thank you, Miro. Any other question? Okay, so I think that we can go forward with our agenda, and I hope that again that Martina and Miro stay with us, and this is a moment to speak about how peer review could be considered an instrument for the improvement of the performances of the organization. And so first I ask Fabio and Pitian to sit with us here. And second, I ask Chris present his slides that I'm going to upload. You want me to sit here? Do I have it on the screen here as well? Yeah. To do it from here or there? Well, you know, I think that is, yeah, I think that is, può far partire la presentazione? Grazie. Forward, yes. A little dot, forward. And the device that the project is there, the remote portfolio there. Think that a short introduction about Mr. Chris Dykens, that is working with us as consultant, and we are proud to have him with us in our team because he has a big experiences in Impel works. He has been also a chair, vice chair, and chair of the Impel network. But he is an international expert in many activities, and among many activities also peer reviews. And so I asked him to speak today, among other topics, about what is made in other international contexts about the use of peer reviews. Okay.
Sorry, I wanted to have the slides in front of me. It's always a moment that you want to start a presentation and you're working on it on your own laptop, and then it says, I don't recognize the format. Happily, it's here now, and thank you so much. Thank you so much, Giuseppe, for the introduction. I would like to speak with you about peer review as an instrument for the improvement of the performance of organizations. And then particularly, and that's in blue, the international experiences, because the IRI was one of the inspirations, but also quite a few international experiences contributed to where we are now with, let's say, development of the concept of the NPRI. And the motto we can say is improve continuously from good to better. That's actually the motto of the of peer review.
You can change manually, no problem. This Christ, Dykens will ask you to change.
Yes,
slide.
please. Next slide, please. Yes. Well, first of all, I mean, peer review is not new. Many organizations for a large number of years are using peer review as an instrument, and they recognize and they use it as a very powerful instrument. And why is it powerful? Well, the power of peer review lies in getting and bringing of knowledge, experiences, and also insights, and also the exchange of it. And this can lead to better performance. So that's how it works in practice. And that's a simple sentence, but there is much more behind it. If you break it down in some, let's say, for here in this slide, in 6 elements, it gives direction. An outcome of a peer review and of an assessment gives you direction, and it helps you to determine what is needed to achieve your goals. It also inspires you. It's inspired you, and it gives you good examples which you can use in practice. Examples coming from your colleagues. It's comparative. You are tested against peer experiences. And later on, we will speak about assessment framework and so on. And it's an objective exercise. It's a kind of a mirror where you're looking in. And the mirroring takes place in a very protected environment with like-minded people. And the protected environment is also one of the main conditions that if you want to conduct a peer review, that it's done in a protected environment. It provides you fresh views. Others see often opportunities you don't see yourself. And the others, they get from you opportunities which they didn't see. So it's a mutual exchange of experiences. And it's future oriented. The team helps you to think about what you need to develop further. So it helps you to identify opportunities for development. It identifies also good practices. And it probably also identifies where things are not working well. What is peer review? And this is quite a long sentence, and I stole it. It works now? Okay, thank you. I stole it from the OECD, who has it in their description of their peer review. I will read it quickly, and then I will come back on the next slide. I will take out a few elements. Peer review is a discussion among equals, and it's not a hearing by a superior body, because then it tends already in the area of an audit, and it's not an audit. And it will hand down a judgment or punishment. This makes them a more flexible tool, and a state may be more willing to accept a criticism and its neighbors to give it if both sides know it does not commit them to a rigid position or to an obligatory course of action. Peer reviews are not intended to resolve differences among states, but they may play some of the role of the dispute settlement mechanism by encouraging open dialogue. Open dialogue is mentioned also in the interventions a few times. That can help clarify positions in a non-adversarial setting. Long sentence. But what is peer review? What are the most important elements? It's a discussion among equals. And it's not a hearing by a superior body. It's a flexible tool. It does not commit not to a rigid position or to an obligatory course of action. It encourages an open dialogue that can help to clarify positions in a non-adversarial setting. There are some conditions which are very important, and already a few of these terms passed already in the intervention. A peer review should be independent and impartial. Otherwise, it does not really work. It should be fair and objective. Mutual trust is a very important condition. If you don't trust each other, then you cannot have a good dialogue and not a good conversation. And there must be willingness and commitment. If the organization which undergoes or is part of, let's say, in the peer review, is there no willingness to provide information and to be transparent and is not committed, then it will not really work. Transparency was mentioned also by Miro, which is an important condition. And that also means credible data that let's say, your opinions or your suggestions or your opportunities for development, what you identified, that you can build on them, that it's credible, what you produce. Honest feedback, important. I mean, you should not make things more nice than they are, and you should tell how it is. Of course, always in a diplomatic language, but you should tell and not hide things. Value sharing, it's mutual value sharing. It's sharing from good experiences from your colleague, and your colleague receives it from you as a peer. The outcome is not legally binding. It helps you to make steps forward to come to a better performance, but the outcome is not legally binding. So it is not ask a signature so that you are obliged to do this in a certain time frame. Ownership is important. If an organization where a peer review is conducted is committed to do it, he receives you, the organization receives you, and you have an open dialogue and so on. But ownership is also important for the outcome. There must be willingness to consider them in a very serious way and to implement them if possible and where possible within reasonable timeframes. So ownership is important, flexible and tailored to needs. It doesn't make sense to assess everything if it's not related to the scope you agreed upon earlier. There are factors that can influence a peer review. We have to take that into account. There can be a change in the political circumstances. And a change can be that the focus is on different topics than, for example, environment. Priority. It can be a change in the priority from an organization, that an organization says, okay, due to the political circumstances, we need to change our priority, and then a peer review may be affected by that. Capacity, you must have the people to do it, you must have the, not only in numbers, but also in terms of expertise. Sharing information and expertise, if you are conducting a peer review, but there is little information, the willingness to share information and also to share the expertise, then it's not very fruitful. Ownership again, and also cultural and language differences. They can influence a peer review. Based on my own experience, I was in December last year, I was in Mauritania for the United Nations for doing a performance review. First of all, my French is not very well developed. So that makes a language different, but we have an interpreter that works very well. But the culture in the country is totally different than my home country, the Netherlands. So you have to adjust, to have prepare yourself, etc., in advance to study what the culture is and so on, and try as much as possible to adjust to that. And if that doesn't work, then a peer review in your conversations, your interviews, give some struggles. Peer learning is important. Mutual learning. Peer learning can take place at different stages. It's already during the review mission, but it's also during the expert review. And at the end, there is a publication of your reports and also the launch. And then you may have discussions with other stakeholders, and that also you can learn very much from that. So it's an element which we really should take into account. Coming now closely to slowly to the IMPEL, the National Peer Review Initiative. It was already mentioned in the interventions that based on the Italian and Dutch experiences with conducting peer reviews at the regional level and sub-regional level, inspired as well to how can we make this available, this concept, for a broader audience, and how can we develop it further and to design it in a way that it can be used. So actually then, and that's started several years ago, the idea started to develop. There was created a need for the peer review methodology to be applied by countries at various levels. So at local, regional, national, but also at an organizational level. And yes, it was mentioned this morning already, also in the discussion, there is quite much experience as well with the IMPEL Review Initiative, the IRI. Importantly, and I think that's a very important basic as well, is that the peer review is a strategic topic in IMPEL's position paper. And IMPEL's position paper highlights and illustrates and mentions the strategic topics for the next years. And it's not a strategic paper for 1 or 2 years. No, we have been looking very far in the future. So it's a strategic topic, peer review is a strategic topic is included. And Miro also mentioned it this morning, encouraged by the European Commission through the Environmental Compliance Assurance Initiative, the ECA initiative. And it's also described in the, let's say, in the document itself, that the MPRI is on its way to further develop. Well, the principles, and you will hear it again today and tomorrow probably as well, but the power of such is to repeat it. It's important. It's a defined project that supports assessment of performance and or of implementation. However, defined is not that it's obligatory to follow all the steps of the process. And we will come back to that later. A principle is as well that it should be or could be applied by and among organizations at national, regional, and or organizational level. And it should be flexible, adjustable, and there where needed, tailored to specific needs. And what we see now already, and Giuseppe mentioned it, for example, Romania, we tailored it to specific needs. For the Slovakia, we tailored it to specific needs. That's the same with Portugal. And I think, and we are in discussion also with Greece. So this is, I think, one of the powerful elements is that it's we can tailor it to specific needs. It's always on a voluntary basis and to be applied on request. And an NPRI is not an audit. It's not an audit. It's not a ranking of organizations or countries who is better or who is less better. It's not about that at all. It's not an audit and not a ranking. It's about exchange of experiences, knowledge, good practices, improving implementation and performance. And it promotes a better understanding of needs of authorities. And findings are presented, and we may recognize that as well from the IRI, as opportunities for development and good practices. And they are non-binding. So if the report comes and these are listed, you are not obliged to implement it. But it could be very smart to do it. Next slide, please. So, yeah, so what we did, I missed one slide. I saw it for now one slide forward. I have this one, and now the next one. I have this one. Yes, okay. So we discussed in the beginning of the NPRI methodology after the initiatives of Italy and the Netherlands, and we started with this whole process to formulate NPRI principles. And the NPRI principles may almost be seen as an assessment framework where we will test upon. And we agreed that we want to study and to learn, that's also a mutual learning process, a study of 7 internationally applied peer review methods. So why to reinvent the wheel when others already have very good experiences? And we launched a questionnaire to all Impel members and to ask them several questions also about the need, how they see it, etc. And that was actually quite a good outcome. Assessment against NPRI principles as the assessment framework, and we had several in-depth interviews with people to find out more, how do you see it, how do you wish it, etc. And at the end, after having all this information, to conduct an analysis. And that was the basis, all the information together to develop the method. And we further operationalized it through various annexes. And at the end, this manual could be produced, and the annexes as a kind of a toolbox is also included. It is available, of course, through the website. So, study of 7 internationally applied peer review methods. And which one did we look at? 7 international, let's say, international organizations. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, they launch or they have a peer review. And just for your information, the OECD has 38 members, so they have a big audience when it comes to carrying out peer reviews, and they do it every 5 to 6 years, and they seek to improve the quality and effectiveness of their development cooperation, and they highlight good practice and they recommend improvements. The second one is the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, the Environmental Performance Review. The UNECE has 56 members, and they have a schedule that they launch EPRs, so 3-4 times a year from different countries. And it's an assessment of the progress a country has made in reconciling its environmental and economic targets and in meeting its international environmental commitments. And they test against climate change obligations, the sustainable development goals, but also very much in practice when it comes to inspections, compliance monitoring, etc. The International Atomic and Energy Agency, the IAEA, they have peer reviews on emergency preparedness review, the EPREVs, and they appraise the level of preparedness for nuclear or radiological emergency of an IAEA member state. And for your information, IAEA has 176 countries. And the EPREVs are conducted, let's say, they're chosen. It's always on request from the country, by the way, and that's from the EPR as well, from the UNECE. But there are several EPREVs every year. And the service is provided by the AEA on the request of the member state, and it facilitates the development of national response capacities and capabilities. And they must be consistent with the IAEA safety standards. And the safety standards is then at the same time also the assessment framework. They test against 25 standards which are included in a document, and at the end of an EPREV mission, they are presented in a very short report, by the way, to the highest level in the organization, even at the minister level. Impel Review Initiative, it's already 20 years, an important project. Voluntary peer review carried out by international experts, pre-advice, and the advices are delivered at the end by, well, first a presentation to the authorities, and then secondly by a report. The regional environmental protection agencies, the REPA's, they carry out a peer review, and that's in the Netherlands. And annually, regional protection agency, they assess each other to note what goes well and to give advice on what could be improved. And it's very nice to see that a pilot in the past has become a permanent feature, but tomorrow we will hear more about it from our colleagues from the Netherlands. The European Commission, the Environmental Implementation Review, the EIR, we heard Miro talking about it. It's also an important approach the Commission launched, and it's a regular reporting tool designed to improve the implementation of EU environmental laws and policies. So from different angles, the EU member states are approached. EIR, IRI, NPRI is contributing, and there are other mechanisms as well, as also was mentioned by Miro. And it's necessary because what they calculated, the European Commission, is that already a few years ago, that by the lacking of implementation of environmental policy and laws, it cost in terms of indirect and also direct cost about 55 billion euros every year. So it's really very urgent to take this up. In Italy, the National System for the Environmental Protection peer review, Italy developed a method to increase dialogue and interchanges among its members with the aim to achieve the needed homogeneity and overall quality. And what I did not include here, but where I'm still very interested in, is also the lepto approach, is how you can compare with that you create indicators about resources, human and financial resources. When we did this study, the review of these 7 methodologies, we needed to evaluate it because we want to take the best out and not to repeat what others have done. The only thing is to modify it to how we could use it. So we looked at the objectives and the scope. We looked at how the expert teams are composed. We looked at if there is guidance, are the experts given guidance, but also the countries or organizations under review. Is there an assessment framework? How does it look like? How did you come to an assessment framework? How did they manage the process in terms of how did they prepare it? How did they execute the assessment, the reporting, and the end of mission, and as well the follow-up? So the comparison with an assessment framework, and then other presentation, we will go a little bit deeper in it. So we compared it with the assessment framework from the NPRI, so the NPRI principles. So we compared the methodologies with working definitions. We classified them based on a rating on a match with these working definitions. So we tried to make it a little bit measurable. A summary of the results of the comparison we drafted them in terms of fact sheets, and we detailed the more operational elements in 7 different annexes, a toolbox. And we compared them with the working principles of the NPRI, and we concluded that in recommendations and conclusions recommendations. So if we go quickly through these evaluation aspects, so in the sequence, first we look at this objective and the scope. What we see actually in all the 7 methodologies, there are clearly defined objectives. So they have that in common. They focus on improving performance, and they adopt good and best practices. So they all pay attention on that. And to comply with standards, that's also included in the scope. And they also aim to support capacity and knowledge building. If you then look at the next step, and that's the composition of the expert team, what we saw is that there is quite a variety in recruitment processes, where the OECD, the IAEA, and also the UNEC is very much on what kind of expertise do I need for my peer review mission. Others, they are more like, yeah, we have a group of people and who is available. And so there is quite a variety in recruitment. The secretariats play an important role as well. And because of that, and that also connects to the first bullet in this sequence, is that the recruitment processes are not always transparent. And we can learn from that. And requirements of experts are not always clear. What do we expect from an expert? If you do a review on, let's say, nuclear issues, yeah, then you need someone who has an expertise or a quite solid background in that. Just as an example. Training is not always available for these experts, specifically related to these peer reviews. The IAEA, however, is an exception, a very positive exception. They have a web-based training, and that showed to be very, very helpful. In terms of guidance, some organizations have information packages like the IAEA, the UNECE as well, the REPAS, they have information package, and Impel as well. And all have at least some guidance material. So like a standard agenda for meetings, a process description, checklist, and writing or written instructions or instructions for writing a report. Coming to the assessment framework, then we see that it's very challenging. Assessment framework is everyone wants to ignore an assessment framework because it's difficult, it's a little bit scientifical, it's tends to be a kind of a mathematical approach, which it should not be. But they are all struggling with that. There is a lack of specific indicators or criteria, and performance is mainly determined in a qualitative way. However, an assessment framework is very important. In terms of the process, all organizations, they describe the review process, the activities, the division of responsibilities, information sharing, data collection, timing of steps, etc. In terms of preparation, there are in all circumstances preparatory meetings. And an interesting one is the second. Not all the organizations do that, but for example, the IAEA, they ask from the country who invited an expert team to come to do the assessment. And then there is let's say an obligation for the country to write a self-assessment report. So what do you feel how you are performing? And that report is sent in advance to the IAEA and to the expert team. A questionnaire here is also very important, that some very solid questions are asked to be answered. And the fourth bullet here, the IAEA, a first assessment by a team member. I remember I have been part of several teams, and the first meeting you have when the team comes into the country is that you are asked, every team member is asked to spend 10 minutes on what your findings are based on the self-assessment report and based on the questionnaire. And already then you have a debate among the different experts, and that's already very enriching. In the terms of reference, it's important. It's, of course, it's an administrative issue, but it's important to do that because it needs to include the scope. Where do we look at? It needs to about also very logistical issues needs to be included in the terms of reference. And also who is paying what, for example. When it comes to the assessment, all the international organizations, they have a structured approach. Sometimes they work in sub-teams. When I work for the UNECE, we have sub-teams. One is focused on this, the other is focused on that. And then the evenings you come together and you share your findings. Deployment in field of expertise, findings are daily evaluated. So every day after the mission, if you go with a team, then you evaluate your findings, and also reporting starts then already. So the reporting, there is quite a variety in how reports are prepared. Looking at Impel, the IRI, we make the reports, at least the listings of your findings, and we present it at the end of the mission. The EPRs from the UNECE, the report 2 months afterwards. The IAEA has a very short report of maximum 15 pages, and they are the same week presented. And what you also see is that sometimes chapters are addressed to specific experts. The IAEA does that, but also the UNECE. And Impel has also an experience with a dedicated rapporteur. Variation in reporting of findings. Some organizations, they report in terms of suggestions, recommendations, or opportunities for development. And some organizations, they place explicit conditions on the editorial quality of recommendations. The IAEA, for example, includes that also in the training package. How do I write a good recommendation? And how do I, the UNECE does it as well. They give very solid instructions how to write down your findings. You should avoid, for example, that's a very clear instruction from the UNECE. You should avoid that you think how it is. No, it all has to be factual, and it almost has to be double or triple validated. And you can see difference between the different organizations. They share draft reports with the host to check inaccuracies or to add additional information. Reports are in principle public and agreed by the tool. And I, on purpose, I said in principle, because there are also experiences where, for example, REPA, where the reports are in principle confidential and for internal use, except an overall generalized report sent to the minister. End of mission, they present the draft report at the end of mission, REPA, IMPEL, IAA. They follow internal procedures for expert review and approval. The UNEC has an external committee, expert committee, that if we come with a finding, the external committee looks at your findings and comes with questions and remarks. REPAs produce an overall generalized report, I mentioned it, and also an anonymized report for their association and the minister. Follow-up, there is a variety in follow-up. What we see, the IAA agrees with the country, you will make a timeline, a plan of action, and we stay in touch and we see to which extent you follow your plan. The OECD is even mandatory to do that. The UNECE is not mandatory, but they review it again in a cycle of 5 years. So after 5 years, we are knocking on the door again, and we in agreement with the country, of course. And we see to which extent they have been progressing. And by the way, it's not only that they are assessed, but the meetings are also used to find opportunities for support from other organizations, particularly international organizations like World Bank, European Development Bank, Asian Bank, name it. Organizations, they indicate that missions and mission cycles are evaluated, aiming at improvement. IRI presents the report, and there is no, there is not really, from my point of view, a kind of monitoring to which extent the recommendations or the opportunity for development, I should say, are followed up. I'm almost there. Some practical experience and observations and only some snapshots. So the peer reviews, they act as a mirror with regard to the implementation of policies and legislation. So in all the 7 methodologies, you can find it. Peer reviews contribute significantly to initiating and facilitating internal discussions on implementing improvements. And the process of a peer review is almost as important as the reported results. And also, I don't want to cut the grass for you, Monica, but we have seen that in Romania, is that the process of peer review, where people started to know each other and to make already during the meetings plans for the future. So the process is already very, very important. Observation from outsiders can be supportive, and outsiders are people who are not part of the organization, and to facilitate the speed up processes for improvement. And sometimes you have unexpected dynamics, and that's, for example, the Romanian example. Results from peer reviews can have important additional benefits. And with that, I mean, is that organization can receive hints. Yeah, I want to organize this or to produce that, or I want to develop this. However, we have financial constraints. It's not so that you can provide the money, but there is some guidance. You can, through discussions, you can guide to other international organizations who can support you. It serves as a capacity building instrument that was for all organizations, and it supports mutual learning and exchange of good practices. This is the last slide, conclusions. The research we carried out provided an in-depth insight into the peer review methodologies applied by international organizations, and they all prove their value in practice. And although there is no standardized approach, all methods That's what you could see. They share common elements. And interesting is also most methods have their own specific target audience. Measurability and assessment framework are complicated and challenging in the use of peer review by international is very important, very positive. It's perceived as very positive. Effects, however, are often seen on the longer term. That's one of the side effects of international work. Some people think that if I agree today with a country on something, then tomorrow or the next week or latest the next month it's ready. No, it takes years before you see effect of your effort, joint effort. Results act as well as accelerators in further development, what I mentioned also with the financial institutes, and the methods, they contain key elements that individually and also in their interrelationships, they formed an important basis for the development and design of the NPRI method. So we used all the good things and to develop the methodology as we have it here with all the annexes, which again, it's not carved in stone. It can be used flexible. You can pick and choose how you want it. And it's not necessary to follow all steps. But all steps you can follow are described in here, and we see them as very useful. I think this is it.
Thank you so much, Chris. And I ask you to prepare your questions to be posed at the end of the morning. Thank you. I ask you to prepare your question and to propose your question at the end of the morning, because we are also a little bit late. And so I ask you to have a coffee now, a coffee break. We are not in perfect time, so I ask you to have a 10-minute coffee break instead of the 20 minutes that we scheduled. So enjoy. I kindly ask people to get into the conference room, please. And I asked also Fabio and Pitian to came to the managing table here. I'm sorry, but we will try to shorten as much as possible this this part of our commitment, because I know that staying outside is much more attractive than being with us inside. So till now, we have spoke about the which are the external drivers that brought us to decide to go forward with the MPRI project. But I think that now the situation deserves some introductory speeches about the project leaders, about reason that in practice moved us to start with the project. We will have to expose some general questions. It's a general decision about this, but we will also discuss about the specific opportunities and needs posed in two countries, Italy and the Netherlands, to begin with their own peer review process. But we have to remember, first of all, to connect this part of our conference to what we just heard this morning. We have to connect with the general point of view of the European Commission about which are the driver for the policy that the Commission decided to implement to try to increase the quality of the environment in our continent. The ECA general purposes that are aimed to the improvement of activity of the national competent authorities are something that stands inside the European policies. And for the first time, the European Commission decided not to draft new directives, but to try to influence the way in which different nations works in the different fields regarding the environmental quality. And this indication are contained in the Environmental Compliance Assurance Initiative paper that I think that everybody of us already knows. And it speaks, among many other things, about the optimization of the available resources that you can find in different countries in terms of the increasing the effectiveness, making the competent authority working on priority issues, and about the efficiency, improve the competent authority performances. Among many instruments to try to improve the competent authority performances, there is also peer reviews. If you look into the new issue of the ECA initiative, and you look into the action number 8, which speaks about the strengthening of the cross-network cooperation and the development of the environmental expertise, it says that the actions aim at facilitating capacity building, further development of the environmental expertise and cooperation of cross-border compliance assurance, in particular through enhanced peer reviews, etc., etc. So you can see that in this moment, this kind of enhanced peer reviews are an important piece of the policy of Europe about the possibility of increase the performances of the national authorities without using new directives. New directive is not so easily accepted in this moment by the countries in Europe because they have cost, they introduce constraint and so on. In this moment, no one of our countries can afford to have more costs and to have more constraints, because obviously we have to speak also about the economical effect of this kind of new directives that have to be taken into account. So it's a kind of moral suasion what we find in the ECA initiative that bring us to use and endorse new instruments as peer reviews. As already said, the national peer review initiatives stems from the IRI initiatives. In peer review initiatives is an action in which people and experts from different European countries came into countries, called by the country, to discuss about a specific procedure. You know that IRI has been particularly aimed to the IAD issues to try to improve the implementation in that country of that specific theme. And the outcome of this kind of initiatives is our opportunity for development can emerge from an organized open discussion with colleagues from other EU countries that have the experience and have the expertise to keep this kind of confrontation between and hosting countries and people coming from other European countries. So what we thought in a certain moment, and this idea was quite at the same time in the Netherlands and in Italy, why do not transfer the logic of the peer review initiative with 20 years of experience and of success on a national scale to improve specific issues on national branches, organizational networks? Each one of our countries has this kind of structure, or you have a central, maybe a ministry with peripheral offices, and they feel in a lot of situations the need to have an exchange between the central body and the peripheral body to discuss about what they do, to try to improve homogeneity, to try to bring news about what is happening at the borders with relationship with what is decided at the center. But we have also other situations. Likewise, we have in Italy and in Netherlands, we have network of independent agencies that perform the same task in different places, and so they have to deal with an homogeneity issue, for example. So this was a driver that brought us and Netherlands and Italy to think about how to transfer national peer review in national peer review logic, what we already experienced in the IRI activities. Why Impel members shouldn't be enabled in performing their own peer reviews on a regular and programmed basis using Impel as a supplier of methodology and coaching? In Impel, we have a lot of resources and the knowledge about how carrying out the national peer review, the peer reviews in general. And so our opinion was, after Italy and Netherlands developed their own model for their peer review, to gather all the other experience about this kind of activity and to volunteering for delivering this kind of experience to other countries that feels that making peer reviews at their internal could be a very effective and useful activity. So the need at the base of the national peer review concepts is which are the common issues that my colleagues in my same countries face every day? How could I streamline all the procedures in which my organization, along with other organizations, is involved? Why we do not look for common solutions and we do not help each other to tackle these common issues? As you can imagine at this point that national peer review initiative is something that, yes, can take into account different problems and different issues in a country, but above all, it has to be imagined as an instrument that has to be used regularly in a country. It's a resource that should enter as a normal tool to improve the organizations in the behavior of the different countries. So, from a certain point of view, we think that we have to support the development of the capability of country to perform peer reviews. And I think that is what we are already doing with some countries that decided to implement the techniques in the country itself. But we have to think also not only to helping them in the first phase, but we have to help them in growing their own methodology to be independent, to be autonomous in performing this kind of activity. So our project is something in which each one of us is learning a lot, because we have a continuous confrontation with the realities of different countries. But we understood that this kind of activity can be really successful if each one of us put at the disposal of other countries its own experience, and that's what he decided to do, proposing to the IMPEL community the national peer review project. Now, I think that Fabio had to say something about the first activity that we performed as Italy, but we will also listen to Pitiyan about some of first information about what they're doing and how this project started in part. Please, Fabio.
Okay, good morning, everyone. The title of my short presentation is From the Paper to the Field, MPRI in Italy, Background and First Steps. And the experience I'm going to tell you is the living proof of what we have said before about the connection between IRI and MPRI. But let's start from the beginning. I work with the Regional Environmental Protection Agency of my region, Lombardy region. You know, in Italy, we have 21 regions, so we have 22 EPA and one institute, central institute in Italy, dealing with environmental protection. And so the system has been recently been established in 2016, but since the very beginning, we had the problem of securing a proper and uniform level of environmental protection throughout Italy and promoting the homogeneity of action in the 21 regional APAs, 21 Rectus 22, and the Central Institute composing the system. This was the goal. And so we immediately understood that it was needed a tool to support homogeneity and improvement the behavior among the Italian EPAs. It was highly needed. And the first question we posed ourselves was, could IMPEL IRI be the solution of the problem? And it was the year 2016 when we started posing this problem. A little step back. The first experience of IRI in Italy was in 2012 in Como. At the time I was working in Como. This is a picture of Como Lake. Yes, 11, no, it's a present picture, but the lake has not changed so much in 10 years. Now it's lower now. Yes.
A lot of snow.
Let us know. Yes, 10 years ago now, no snow, no water, nothing in the lake. But yes, good job. And we held the first IRI in Italy in 2012. I remember there was Terry Shears as a project leader at the time. And the topic was the IED inspections. And doing the IRI, it became evident the potentiality of IRI in making relevant issues to come to light, and consensus solution to be envisaged. And so from this experience, I remember that on the final reports, there were two sentences that were highly important for the next steps. The first was, it could be considered, I didn't write the final report, it was the report from the IRI team. So the two final consideration as opportunity for development where it could be considered to give higher priority to getting other regions at the same level of expertise on ID inspections. And it could be considered to compare permits granted for installation in Lombardy region with permits of installation located in other Italian regions in order to improve the actual level playing field in the whole of the country. So, of course, the first IRI was held at a regional level, but the two considerations I mentioned needed action on a national level. And from that point on, ARPA Lombardia, that is my agency, the goal of my agency has been to implement at the national level a process as effective as the process Impel carried out at European level. So we wanted to try to widespread IRI in our region. And so we, in 2016, 2017, we held a kind of IRI among our regions. At that time, it was not called the MPRI, but it was the very beginning of IRI. And so we made this IRI on ID inspections, not at regional level, but at national level. And it was made of three parts: a national survey on ID inspection in order to gain the necessary knowledge of the situation in the country, a first handbook to perform MPRI in Italy, and an on-field experience to test the transposition of IRI methodology at national level. It was 2016, 2017. And it was a quite successful experience, but at the end of this experience, it was clear for us that in order to improve the skills of the Italian EPAs in ID, we had the need of codifying a strong and consistent methodology, because the first try was good, but the methodology was not really described, was a little bit a kind of experience, but without a described methodology. So it became clear that if you wanted to go on in using this tool, we needed to describe, to write down, and to stick to a methodology. And so from that point on, we started working inside the network, the Impel network, in order to get to this point. But this is another history. and it's for the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio, for describing the very beginning of our activities. But from another side, another country, another network decided to use the same kind of experience had in IRI to implement their own scheme, being aware of the advantages. And it is interesting that the same concept was implemented in a really different way. So I would like that Pete Jan tell us something about the origin and the nature of the national peer review that you implemented.
Thank you, Giuseppe and Fabio. And just some short notes from me from the situation we came from in the Netherlands and where we are now. And there are a lot of similarities if you look to the process in Italy, but there are also some differences. But at the end, we all conclude that the MPRI scheme is very much facilitating, and we will discuss this over the next 1.5 days now. But I will make some short notes where we came from in the Netherlands, just as a teaser, because tomorrow we all three will go more in depth in the situation in the Netherlands and how we are looking forward. But if you look to the situation in the Netherlands, approximately some 8 years ago, we conducted already 2 IRIs. And we asked ourselves, as just fresh started regional environmental protection agencies, we have 29 in the Netherlands, all over the regions, and we now exist about 10 years. So at that time, it was only 2, 3, 4 years we exist as RIPA, so very young organizations. What could we do more to improve our performance? Because we need to improve, because we had some accidents and incidents in the Netherlands, because we are very dense industrialized. We have a very dense pressure on our soil and air, etc. if it comes to agriculture activities. And we had some conclusions from national commissions that we had to do more. So how could we improve and contribute as RIPAs to all the questions that and obligations that we have to meet in the Netherlands? And secondly, and also Fabio mentioned that it is very important for industry in our country that there is a level playing field. And if you have 29 RIPAs, and amongst them you have over 315 competent authorities, it's a real challenge to have a level playing field. So we asked ourselves, as 29 RIPAs responsible for conducting the environmental law, what could we do? What lessons could we learn from IRI? What could we do more? So we started, just as like Fabio said, our own NPRI. We didn't know the term NPRI, but we started our peer reviews, as we called it. And we started really at an entry level. For the 29 environmental protection agencies, a colleague of mine and myself has to persuade my colleague directors to carry out a peer review, and we started with 6 of 29. And we said, well, it's a pilot, and we have to be realistic. Just start with it at one time with the process, and on the other hand, make it a little bit challenging. So go out, step out of your comfort zone. And we also invite stakeholders to get on board. So we start with the pilot, a small group, a first experience, how to proceed an IRI or a peer review, and how to report and what to do with the report. Some of my colleagues had a bit fear to report to their board or to report it on their website because they thought, oh, we will get vulnerable and we will get discussion on the performance of our agency. But I have to say all 6 at the end report to their board and made the report also public. So the first step was made, and then we got to phase 2. And in phase 2, and we are now have arrived in 2019, and we had contact, Giuseppe and Fabio and myself, and so NPRI came into our minds, and we started. And also in the Netherlands, we took the next step. We discussed the path of development and what are our goals and how to get there. And we discussed this amongst all 29 repas. And we succeeded to have 25, 26 repas on board to step into phase 2. They were a little bit less feared, my colleagues. And we had over the years, I think it was 29 to 2021, also in the Corona period. So we had to do a lot of the meetings in teams, but we succeeded. And at the end, we had 25 among 25 reports. And we started that from the point of view that we want to grow as professionals and as organizations. So it's a real peer review. And your peers are very important to grow. You cannot do it on your own. What also was important, and I have to emphasize this, is that you have to create a safe environment, not only for my colleague directors, but also for the organizations, that there is a free discussion, and at the end, there is not a bill that has to be paid, but it's really about how can we improve as professionals and as organization. And we reported in the way also Chris said this morning in our reports. We had examples of good practice, but also opportunities for development. We reported that over the almost 25 repas, but we also made a general report, and we sent that to the ministry and to our parliament. And well, then began the discussion because we had another project we have another project in the Netherlands, and that is about improving the repas in the Netherlands. That's now a national topic, and we have a program on that. So we reported that to Parliament, to the ministry, and to our boards. And then there was the conclusion that this peer review has to be part of the improvement project of our repas. And so we arrived in phase 3. And tomorrow we will tell you some more about in-depth in phase 3. Gert-Jan and Mark will do that. But for me, it is a conclusion that if you want to be successful with this kind of instrument, you have to take responsibility as REPA or as association of REPAs. You have to show your development. So don't be afraid of showing your development, but it's not about accountability. I have to repeat that. It's a peer review. It's not an audit. And that's also a point of discussion in the Netherlands. But if you send out in the Netherlands your report to the ministry or to Parliament, they say, oh, that's very quickly step to, oh, you're doing that wrong and that wrong and that wrong, and we have to take that measures. No, it's we take responsibility and we will grow as professionals and as organization. And that's a real discussion point in the Netherlands now. So again, we will tell you more about that tomorrow, because we have now arrived in phase 3 as repas in the Netherlands after, I think, the same kind of period as in Italy, Fabio, about 6-7 years now. We are moving forward, and I'm looking forward to phase 3, and I'm sure there will be a phase 4 and phase 5, etc., etc. So that in short, Giuseppe. is the contribution for now from the Netherlands, and tomorrow there will be more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But our intent was to tease the people for what they will attend to tomorrow, because I think that also the differences in the models that has been implemented in the countries is really interesting for everybody, and
what we could learn from the different approaches. Tomorrow, this morning, I had a short discussion with Monica from Romania, and that you had a different approach. And I think tomorrow is very valuable to learn and take it home and improve.
But yes, but because I think that the very important things of this project, and it was not foreseen at the beginning when we gathered to propose to impel this project, it was that each one of the country choose a very specific way in implementing their own MPRI, and each one of the scheme was aimed at not only the specific need they have, but also on the structure of the organization they have. No? So we have to imagine when you think about how to implement in a peer review in your country, yes, you can look into the general idea, the general scheme of what we wrote also in the very heavy manual that we produced, but before you have to ask yourself which kind of organization you are and how that general principle that has been written also in our manual can be implemented depending on your realistic needs, not only on the specific topic that you want to touch, but depending on what you are. This is the reason why 2 countries, 3 countries, 4 countries, you can find in each of the countries some common denominator that you can find in the manual, but each of the countries decided to use that common denominator in their own way, fitting with their own specific needs. So please, when you will take into account, when you will study the manual that we drafted in our project, you have to consider this as a guideline containing different bricks of a house, of a home that you have to build on the basis of your needs. That's the meaning that we posed in the realization, in the construction of the guidelines that we drafted about this. And so we have here 2 examples, but soon, tomorrow afternoon, you will see also how this general idea has been implemented. And I'm sure that each one of the countries that finds that decided that this is a big opportunity, I think that they will find their specific own way to implement the general concept and the technical elements that we wrote in the manual. So we have some minutes for question and answers. That point about what we saw in the morning, and in particular what we already showed to you. I know that it's attractive to end this morning just now because we had a really a nice weather, and we have to attend a very nice little lunch. But anyway, the floor is up to you, and please came forward with questions, and we will try to answer to your curiosity. Monica?
Very small question. It regards Chris' presentation. You mentioned about revision at 3, 4, 5 years. It's established somewhere, the timeline for another revision after a peer review, or you just set the time to review it by your own decision, or how is this performed? How you know in how many years you need to review it again? Thank you.
Yeah, well, what I presented this morning, that were 7 different approaches. And some of these approaches, they have in their, let's say, in their approach, in their methodology, that they review, they renew, or they do the review again in a time schedule of 5-6 years. IAEA, for example, does it in 5 years. The OECD does it in 4 to 5 years. That's what they agreed upon in their organization. And they also agreed upon with the organization or the country where they do the peer review. If you look at the EPRs, they have a time frame of 5 to 10 years, mainly 5 years, and that they have different cycles. So there is not an obligation I mean, if you have a specific peer review where you, for example, if I may then touch upon Romania, where you do a peer review to develop cooperation with your other stakeholders, where you start working on, based on the outcome of a peer review and the discussions you have, that you start with developing a procedure for harmonization and so on. It's, you can decide for yourself if you make a kind of review in 3-5 years, that you say, hey, where are we now? How does it work? At the same time, you also agreed, and that's also, I think, a good part of the whole dynamics of such a process, that you say, okay, this is the outcome of our peer review, where we make an action plan, we make a path and a time frame, and between now at the point on the horizon, we want to reach that within a time frame of 3 years. And then you, in the meantime, you are working on that topic, and you can for yourself decide if you want to do a review again in a few years after. It's very situational. It's very much depending on what you do, etc. If you follow a scheme like with the REPAS, or probably also in Italy, that you go through a certain cycle on a different topic, that you carry out a peer review. It can be on inspections, it can be on permitting, it can be on this. So it's not necessary to have a very vast cycle. It's dependent on the situation and what you desire to do. That will be my answer.
Yes, may I add something also from our own experience, Monica? A very interesting question, because it's now also a question in the Netherlands. What would be the rhythm of the peer reviews amongst the REPAs? And we see some pressure from, as I mentioned, from Parliament and from Ministry to do it as quick as possible, so every 2 years. And the proposal from our association will be 4 years, and that's the point what Chris also mentioned. If you go through a rhythm, year 1, you prepare, year 2, you conduct, year 3, you work on implementation, going to year 4, and then year 5, you go again in preparing for the next. So take your time to implement the opportunities for development, not to hurry up and go again, because then the peer review will become an audit instrument, and that's what we don't want. If you want an audit instrument, we said as association to our government, if you want an audit instrument, be our guest, implement an audit instrument, but we have our peer review because we want to be better professionals and better organizations. So that are 2 different worlds, should I say. But this will be our proposal. It's not decided yet, but our proposal from our association to take a 4-year rhythm.
There was also in the other organizations I mentioned and I presented this morning, they deliver a report, or jointly a report with recommendations or suggestions. The terminology is also different, or with opportunities for development, or with good practices, and to recommend to implement these. And what you see in the cycles of these international organizations I mentioned is they have then a cycle 4 or 5 years to assess the implementation of the opportunities for development or recommendations. So it's not that they do the whole thing again. No, they specifically look, and they also report about that in the report about, okay, these were these recommendations or opportunities for the development. How did the country or how did the organization work with it, and where are they now? And then there is probably a need to come to a third cycle or to a fourth cycle.
I add something more. The first step, from my point of view, is to review the results of the review. If you have some opportunity for development, good and so on at the end of the review, likewise you are going to have, you have to decide in that moment when you will review how that opportunity for development has been implemented or not. Because it's really easy that you decide and you look at and you I want to make this and that, etc. But at the end, if you do not have a clear time frame in which you have to check what you decided, maybe that somebody forget what we have to implement. So, from my point of view, the first step is to decide when you check if what has been decided in the peer review has been implemented or not. Maybe 1 year for certain practices, maybe more for certain other practices. For example, if something is with regard to your same organization and your director general has the willingness to implement, you can set the check moment in 2 months. But if your perspective is to change the law, maybe that the check moment could be much farther in the time. So this first step, decide when you have to check if what you decided to do has been done or not. And obviously, you have a maintenance program to follow to see if what you did is still actual, still do not deserve another activity for review, do not deserve another revision, and so on. But it depends on the local condition or the kind of the opportunity of development that you spotted out in your work, etc., etc., etc. So again, here we do not have a clear rule. Also, describing to you the situation of different organizations, but anyway, this is a very important part of the end of mission. Now we will discuss about this afternoon. And one of the legacies of the review, when you have to check and which are in conformity, in relationship with the kind of decision that has been taken there. Obviously, the other important things that we will discuss this afternoon, that after the peer review, you have in your hands as a group that produced that opportunity for development, a bunch of possibilities. But you have to bring this opportunity for development to your managers, because they have the power to implement that opportunity for development. And so the process begins when the potential of the peer review has been deployed with the approval from your managers about what you propose in your peer reviews. What you did in your country is really astonishing, in particular because we have different authorities, and each one of them have to decide to implement the same scheme and the common decision, etc., etc. Maybe that each one of the different organizations at different times because of different kinds of opportunity for development and so on. But for my opinion, you have to decide when you have to check if the total, the overall meaning of the peer review has been achieved or not.
Yes, I do not have a specific answer to your question because in Italy we have not tackled this problem yet. But in my opinion, your question is really interesting because it opens the door to the problem of follow-up. And the problem of follow-up, in my opinion, is still a problem we have to streamline at a methodological level. My question, that I have not an answer now, but is is follow-up up to the single organization, or is it a common problem of the system? We have started some peer reviews on the basis of new pieces of legislation. For example, tomorrow, Adela will explain what we are doing on end of waste legislation. I think that it should be fine if the follow-ups inside the single organization could convert in one common ground, but it's a long path, in my opinion, and I would be really happy if some organization could use the opportunity for development of the recommendation that come from the peer review to start a process inside their own organization without the need to report to a general level for now. But it is a process, of course. It is a process. The next step is now not yet envisaged. And in my opinion, this is the good thing of this project. Every corner you have new challenges to tackle.
Any other question? So I think that we can end the morning. We should have another speech from Chris by now, but it's late, and I think that it will be the first speech in the afternoon. So this is the reason for which I asked you to be very timely in being here at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you, and we will be driving, I believe, to our venue for the lunch from our host here. And so, please.
Yes, we can leave computer and stuff here. They will close the door.
Pitian. Mark, Pitian, please take people and bring it on inside. President. Dear colleagues, last announcement before beginning again is that the lunch was not so light. And we're unfortunately not ready to go to dinner, but we have to use the time until dinner. Anyway, we are not so in time, so we have to try to shrink all of the reports that we will deliver, because we have to close this evening at 17:30 sharp, something like this, because there were people that we had to go home, they work and so on. So yes, we have some buffers here and there, but best thing to do is to begin again where we gave up our meeting before. So please, Chris, it's up to you now.
Thank you.
And
I have to sit here, I think, because it's on the-
okay.
And I need to have this. Monitor. No, which presentation?
Thank you. While we're waiting, the sense of this part of our meeting is to introduce to the methodology, but not as we already made in past, showing you each one of the passages, etc., but with a in-depth comment on some relevant part of the manual, to give you not only the description but also the sense of each one of that passages, so you can make some thought on this, also the perspective of adapting what we say to the needs of your nation.
Okay, thank you very much, Giuseppe. And it's always a challenge after lunch to have the first presentation. And I would like to come to an agreement with you. In case I fall asleep, please clap your hands. And I allow myself that in case I see that one of you is falling asleep or tends to fall asleep, then I also clap in my hands. Is that okay? Oh, too close. I thought it was okay. Yeah. No. And I also noticed that Anas, you and me, we are the only one who have ties. I'm not sure if we have to take them off or that we can start. Okay. Well, as Giuseppe mentioned, we want to go into a little bit more into the deep of the NPRI flexible methodology. So we will look at some elements and also at the structure. And I could not avoid that there are some overlapping slides or phrases with this morning. But as I started this morning, to repeat your message makes it stronger that it lands, you know? I think that's my escape for that. So the methodology, so this is what you have seen before this morning as well. The NPRI methodology is built on the Italian and Dutch experiences. Based on that, there was expressed a need for a peer review methodology to be applied by countries at various levels, at local, regional, national, organizational level. IRI was also a very important source of inspiration and position paper of Impel. The topic is included there, and also ECHA has mentioned this as an important element of the Environmental Compliance Assurance Initiative. The study of international peer reviews, that was actually the basis for the method as you may have it available, and which we made available. So the study of the international peer reviews method has been an important basis. And this study provided insights into key prerequisites for successful peer review, including scoping, stakeholder analysis, and also the development of an assessment framework. I will go hopefully quite quickly through these different steps, and I will spend a bit more words on the scoping, the stakeholder analysis, a few words, and also the relevance of an assessment framework. The NPRI characteristics, well, to be applied at national or at network level, and then implementation of peer reviews. And I would like to spend a few words on the network level, because one of the original ideas is to create inside or in a country a network of experts, so that the NPRI methodology and concept could be implemented by experts in this network. And how to do that, there are some suggestions, some advices given in the manual how you could do that. And then this core group of experts could provide support to implement at a country level. So by the country, we have to underline that again, that they can provide support. And it always connects to the needs of authorities. It doesn't make sense to make a peer review when you do not have focus, or if there not is a very concrete need. It supports assessment of performance, flexible, not rigid, adaptable, tailored to specific needs. We repeat that again and again, but this is what the NPRI is, and also on a voluntary base, and to be applied on request or on your own initiative. It supports the exchange of experiences, knowledge, good practices, and it facilitates improvement in implementation and performance. The findings are presented as opportunity for development and good practices and are non-binding. You can see, and I highlighted that not enough this morning, but some of these international peer review methodologies, they also presented as recommendations, suggestions, good practices. And good practices only if it is a good practice which is identified, which is unique. So it's not that others already invented that, but it's really a new and a good practice. Because otherwise you are writing down things which are invented already. External support upon the request to assist in all steps of the NPRI scheme. And I'm speaking here probably more specifically about support provided by Impel and experts from Impel. It's not an audit. We really underline that, and it's neither a ranking, it should be ranking and not raking, a ranking mechanism. And it differs from an IRI. There are some similarities, but on itself, it also very much differs from an IRI. The methodology, I showed it this morning to you, you can find it. And this is the first page of the methodology. And it intends to provide guidance on implementing a national peer review initiative. It gives guidance, and also the annexes, they aim to be used as open, flexible, and non-prescriptive. The last thing, the non-prescriptive element of it, is very important. It is not needed to follow always all steps. You can pick and choose what you think is useful for you to build your NPRI on. It contains options, and also examples which can be applied and also adjusted according to your own insights and to your own needs and to your own specific situations. There is not one similar situation described. Elements of the guidance can be used additionally to own methodologies. So probably in your country, you may have already an approach for peer reviews, and this methodology could maybe obtains extra elements that you can use in your daily practice. And again, Impel is available for providing support and assistance on implementation. And we have that experience now with several countries where we are involved in first discussions and also in scoping and also in the implementation of the NPRI. We call it also an NPRI scheme, methodology and guidance. Probably these words are more or less similar to each other. And the methodology describes the design of the NPRI scheme. That's what I mentioned, to create your network. And it describes the character of the NPRI and also the elements of the process. There are different steps. I will come back to that a little bit later. And it describes different steps. It also describes benefits of peer reviews in the context of an NPRI. And the benefits are quite, there are many benefits you can expect. It depends on the situation. It can be focused on harmonization of approaches. Romania is an example. It also contributes to legal equality. I mean, if you have a law, but the law is implemented, but the monitoring and the compliance monitoring is done in a different way, that doesn't really contribute to legal equality, because then companies, industrial operators, they are treated in a different way. And that's not fair, isn't it? And also it contributes the legal equality to create a more equal level playing field, that everyone is treated in the same fair way. A national network in the context of NPRI and flexibility in how to set up a network. I mentioned it. And it also describes how to carry out elements which are very quite crucial for the peer review. Initiation, preparation, the review mission, and the end of mission. If there is an end of mission, it also can happen. I mean, we will hear tomorrow more about the REPA experiences, and they continue with the cycle, etc. So there might be not really an end of the mission. It could be an end of the specific cycle, but not the initiative itself. It describes how to carry out scoping. It gives you some advices, some hints how to do that, how to carry out a stakeholder analysis, development of an assessment framework. Composition of a peer review team, not by pick and choose just because you are available or he or she is your good friend, but based on expertise, based on fitting in a team, etc. So the requirements of team members and also the training of team members is highlighted. The peer review mission and all the process steps. And again, there is not one solution for it. You can do it in a different way, but the methodology gives you some hints about it. And then at the end, the reporting and the end of mission. And the methodology is accompanied by 7 annexes with detailed guidance. So it's more general described in methodology, but the 7 annexes as a toolbox, they describe it much more in detail. And it is advised to take note of that. So here you have it again, for me on my left side, and for you as well. It's the first page of the document. And then what you can see here, and I will come back to that in a minute, the different steps from initiation, from preparation, from the review mission, and then the follow-up and support. And the 7 bullet lines on the right side, that are the different annexes, and I come back to that also a little bit later. The peer review process. I mean, it starts all with an idea, with a need. And then that's an internal discussion, and it starts with a request for a peer review. Evaluation of the request. I mean, someone has to look at it, to discuss it, and to come to a decision. What I mentioned this morning is that several organizations, international organizations, also ask a self-assessment by host countries. So also within a country, done by an expert team within a country, by experts from the country, a self-assessment could be very helpful and very useful. And such a self-assessment can have different forms. It can be based on a discussion among stakeholders. It can be a written document. The document gives you, the methodology gives you some advice for that. In the preparation, the preparatory meeting, if you agree on how to do it and with whom, terms of reference should be written, which is really important to really explain who is involved, what is the timing, what kind of expertise is involved, how much money is involved, if that's the case, what are the expected deliverables and when, etc. That's all written in terms of reference. And the ones who are involved in the peer review, they have to agree with that. So it will go back and forward and some revisions, but at the end, there should be, is the experience a signature. Also then the assessment framework should be discussed, and I will come back to that all a little bit later. Team composition, selection of experts, the training of them if needed. Also to review all kinds of reference materials that can be legislation, policy documents, name it. And then to discuss or to develop an agenda or a program. And then you turn into the review mission. Initial meeting of a peer review team, my experience is within the International Atomic and Energy Agency, that such a first initial meeting is very, very important. Is then you discuss your own findings as the team, and then you can move further. Entrance meetings with the host organization, just to introduce yourself and to have initial discussions. Document reviews, interviews, then you have, I also mentioned here on top, the refresher training. Sometimes it's good to discuss with each other in the beginning of the review missions. Are we all on the same page? Do we understand what is meant? A kind of a refresher. And at the end, the exit meeting presentation, then you have a report in an editorial review, and then the submission of the final report. Is the work finished then? Oh, absolutely not. I mean, the mission on itself can be finished, but when it is good, you have in the report several described opportunities for development, which can be transferred into an action plan with a timing, etc. So this action plan is very important. It can be requested to ask external people, experts to support. It can be the MPRI team, for example. And also there you can see a few steps on the decision, etc. It's all described in the manual. So the process, 4 steps: initiation, preparation, review mission, follow-up. And the preparation, I highlighted scoping and assessment framework, and in the review, the execution, evaluation, and outcomes. So these are the 4 main steps in the review process. I will not go through all the steps because it's quite detailed. But this scheme is included and fairly well described in the guidance, and the red highlighted ones. I will at least in the box of preparation. I will come back to that more in detail. Also, several instruments, when you look at the right side of the scheme, are described. How you can use what kind of instruments you can use for scoping, the big 8, that's something from Impel, operations level. So there are all kinds of examples described. For the assessment frameworks, also some examples are fairly well described, like formed by legal requirements, quality standards. It depends totally what you want to do and what you want to achieve, and the topic. And the topic also decides more or less what kind of assessment framework you will develop. And for the evaluation, you have your own expert evaluation, you have your peer discussions among the peers and so on, SWOT analysis. So there are all kinds of instruments that really can support you. So it starts with an initial idea, a request for a peer review, evaluation of the request, and then the decision. Then we step into the preparation with these sequence the bullet points with steps you can or need to take. The scoping assessment framework, I mentioned it several times, which is quite crucial. Why is it so important? Well, scoping is important focus to reduce problems and focus on desired improvements, because you cannot examine everything. You have to focus, and you have to really focus on the topic which is important for you and where you want to improve. So these problems or challenges, a better word, should be identified early in the process, in the beginning actually, and issues that need improvement. And that's what has been to be done by the organization itself. Topics must be rated as important and prioritized by senior management. This is a very important one. I mean, if you, with all respect for our level and so on, find something important, but when it's not covered by the top management as a priority or as important, then there is not a buy-in, then there is no ownership or limited ownership. And then at the end, the result can be disappointing. So the management, senior management buy-in and involvement is very important. The focus should be on topics that will produce relevant results. I mean, it should be very tangible results, and try to include in your scoping such topics. There are several tools that can help you with that. The Delphi method, I'm quite sure that you are familiar with that. SWOT analysis, decision trees, stakeholder analysis, the 4 W's, what you are always very smart to ask yourself that question: who, what, where, and why. And already the result is quite impressive. I mean, the scoping, as we did it till now, with the peer reviews which are on their way at this moment, is scoping in, for example, Romania on harmonization of inspection procedures and approaches. So that's the scope, or harmonization of permitting. That's what we discussed with Portugal. Stimulating innovation. I mean, Slovakia, fits in your scope. Improving performance. Look at the REPAs. They want to improve that in performance. Testing preparedness and response is the IAA. That's also a matter of scoping. And you cannot research everything but preparedness and response. So you limit yourself, but at the same time, you have a very frank and a very well-designed assessment framework with 25 indicators. And development of indicators for benchmarking. I'm not sure if I cover here exactly what Italy did with LEPTA and so on, but to development of indicators for benchmarking. So this is also scoping what you do. The preparation phase, also the stakeholder and network analysis. And as I understand, Giuseppe, you come back to that a little bit more in detail later. But it's so, yeah, I'm using very much the word important. I understand that, but it's important that organizations are aware and must be aware of the context in which they operate to assess the impact of their activities on the society and all stakeholders. what is meant with that is that we have to realize is that you are dependent on others and others are dependent on you. And that can be that you have in a legal way that you are need to work together because you are working more or less on similar topics in that area. But it can also be stakeholders that can help you, even if they are in a network where they do not have a legal obligation, but that they can support you in your work. And also how they can influence your work, and also what kind of power they have. So you can put that in a kind of a diagram if you have it here, and I leave it to Giuseppe to explain that later a bit more. But this is a very helpful tool to identify the stakeholders which are important for you and how you can be important for others related to the topic that you want to include in your peer review. So conducting a stakeholder and network analysis is a good method for identifying relevant stakeholders. And I'm saying it's a good method. I think it's crucial to do that. We have seen that now also, and I'm sorry, I'm coming back to you, Monica, again, but the stakeholder analysis you did in Romania, where we identified the prosecutors, the inspectors, the border police, the customs, etc. And in the previous presentation, I mentioned also unexpected dynamics. And that is also what we saw when we were with all the stakeholders around the table. There were some unexpected dynamics, that they better understood each other and that they came to even spontaneous with a plan how to move forward and how to, let's say, strengthen the connection and also the cooperation. Fantastic to see. An assessment is the stakeholder analysis, assessment of the importance of stakeholders to the organization seeking to conduct a peer review. Assessment framework. What is an assessment framework? If you look into the literature and documentation, then you can find different opinions. But if you narrow it down to at least the bullet points here, then the assessment framework says is that it provides a structured conceptual map of what is to be assessed. And also in these words already, you can, with some creativity, you can find already that there is scoping involved as well. It functions as well as a reference system against which, and that can also be individual tasks, but tasks are evaluated. And it articulates as well agreed definitions and standards. And your assessment framework is in your execution of your peer review always, or at least it should be always, a consistent point of reference. It encourages as well a critical and reflective development of instruments. Because in the process is that you with your findings, you test it against your assessment framework, is always you, at least with yourself already, that you discuss, yeah, but does it match and why not and why does it and does it even match? And so it starts a kind of a discussion with yourself, but also with your colleagues. It increases accountability and also reduces bias in assessment practice. It reduces bias because you are talking about the same thing. And if an assessment framework, you agreed upon that as a team, then you are speaking in that sense the same language. So it's very, very important. So it offers also a common language, and it is a set of understandings of the assessment outcomes in a specific context. It enables, if you wish, to benchmark. It enables benchmarking across equal organizations, regions, provinces, and potentially also countries. And with benchmarking, I don't mean that we put it with marks as, not mark, but with from 1 to 10 or 1 to 5 or something like that. We have to understand that there is no single, unique, and all-including comprehensive assessment framework for measuring performance. So we cannot take it from the shelf and say, this is handy to use. we have an assessment framework here. No, you have to design it each time for your own purpose. So it's based on the situation. So it has to be based on the situation. And that's very challenging, but also big fun. It's big fun to develop an assessment framework. It sounds probably a very vague and far away, but it's fun to do. To ask yourself, when I want to achieve something, what is my reference point? When is it when we can agree that we reached our goal? When is it correct? When it is okay? And that can be based on legislation, that legislation says you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to do that. Then your reference point is quite clear because you have to do that. So that's your assessment framework for that specific topic. It can also be that it is like a quality management system, the ISO, that you find elements in the ISO which are connected to the task you have to do, and you can include that in your assessment framework. Romania, we developed another assessment framework. You will come back to that tomorrow. The review mission, again, this is not carved in stone. It depends on the situation, but there is always an initial meeting. And that's probably not always with the biggest team, but with people who are taking the initiative to start a peer review. I mentioned here the refresher training, sharing initial impressions. We don't do that yet, but I think it's very important to do like that because it brings you already in the atmosphere of doing that review. The entrance meeting, I mentioned, execution, that can be done by interviews, by reviews of documents, discussions. There are all kinds of methodologies on how to come to an execution. Evaluation of your findings. Also here, in teams where I worked in, then you can see that colleagues, they go to different people from the audience that we want to review, so sub-teams. And in the evening, we came back and we discussed the findings. And we also discuss, and that's a kind of a separate, a parallel peer review, but we discuss the findings from the other. And through discussions and to look at it and to discuss it from different angles, it worked like a validation, and that works also very well. Your draft report and also consultation with the host, outcomes presentation. I explained this morning that is done in different ways. Also here, of course, to discuss and to present it to your direct colleagues. But it's also very important to present it to the senior management because they had the buy-in, hopefully, from the beginning. They showed their commitments, and it's for them to be to present the results and to have an open discussion with them. Discussion on a follow-up. What's next? Is it a document on the shelf? Nice. Or is it a document that is still alive and brings you and challenge you to go forward with concrete actions? So the findings has to be written down very concrete and future oriented as opportunities for development. And that they are feasible, that they are doable, that you don't over ask with all kind of vague opportunities for development, which you cannot fulfill. No, it has to be concrete. Editorial review and submission of final report is, of course, within an organization, always important to have a good product. Action plan in the follow-up phase, that's the last phase. The action plan developed by the host organization, request to support on implementation, if support is wished, if support is required. I can imagine, and I make a small sidestep here. This morning we had already a frank discussion about the Impel Review Initiative. And the experience we have with the IRI is that we have done it for 20 years, and it's a very valuable instrument. But it also presents in their report opportunities for development, and then the team leaves. Then it's up to the country to implement the findings. And there, I truly believe there are opportunities. If a country or if an organization needs external support, that an NPRI team, an expert team, can step in and to support. And the 7 annexes, this is the last slide. The first one is guidance on, so this is a toolbox, and it helps you to fulfill some steps in the whole process. Guidance on the implementation of an NPRI scheme through a national NPRI network. So it helps you, it can help you to create a network and how to do that and where to find the ones and the experts to form that network. The second one is the guidance on the request for a national peer review. That's more or less an administrative procedure, but it helps you to, if you need to have external advice or involvement, then you can write such a request. It's also, let's say, a kind of a template you can use for to write your request internally within your organization to your senior management. Guidance on terms of reference. I mentioned the importance of a terms of reference because it captures exactly what you want to do, when, with whom, and for what money, and with what kind of expected deliverables. So it helps you. It's a kind of a descriptive, not descriptive, but it's a template that you can fill in with information. And at the end, it's a kind of a, let's say, my word, contract. A guidance to design an assessment framework is quite, I think, based on the information we have now, completed and very well described. There are also given some examples from an assessment framework. I think the example is from the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, but also and from the IAEA is also an assessment framework. How they do it is described. Even there is a guidance for experts and reviews in writing reports of a peer review. So how to write, what kind of language you use, what to avoid, the do's and the don'ts is written in that guidance as well. Guidance on designing an end of mission agenda. It sounds quite simple as it is here. It is also not so complicated, but this guidance can help you to design an agenda which you can go through with the organization, with the senior management, and also which gives you support on how to write, how to come to an action plan with the timing. And then the last one is an outline. It's an outline because we do not have a training yet, but an outline in the concept of a training curriculum. Personally, I don't like at all that a team is just composed by people who are available, and because they are all nice people, but by handpicking and so on. It should be on experience, expertise, and they should be nice as well. But how to conduct a peer review and how to go through all these phases and how to use also the tools from 1 to 6 is very important to have a training on that. Well, we have a training curriculum which is already drafted, is a part of the NPRI toolbox, and it gives, we believe, a very good outline what you could use for now, even if there is not the training available, but that you can go through it what kind of people do I want? What people do I need? And how can we bring them at the level that they are ready to do this job? I think, Mr. Chairman, this is the last slide, except the conclusion. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The last slide. No, it's my fault. I said it was the last slide and it wasn't. Yeah. It ends with conclusions. This one, yeah, the last one. Yes. Okay. This is really the last one. Okay. As conclusions. Well, the guidelines and the annexes, they are really a rich source of information. And I'm not saying this only to advertise it, but it's really, I think, a very rich source for information. And you can, in addition to provide valuable background information, it does, and it contains elements that you can use very concretely in your practice. Already, the components have the guidance proven their value in practice, and not only with the peer reviews which are carried out now in the initiatives which are taken. But I mentioned to you this morning 7 international organizations which cover hundreds and hundreds of countries, and they have a large in-depth experience. So it's proven. And all the elements in this methodology is taken from these experiences, and they are, let's say, made to what we need for the NPRI. It is proved that the NPRI is flexible and that the method is not set in stone. And it's also, again, I want to highlight that the guidance on NPRI and also the annexes are tools of support and not prescriptive. Each situation or topic to be reviewed is different, and that's something we need to keep in mind. So customized approaches are needed. And just as an advice to you, use those parts that are appropriate for you, for the purpose you want to achieve. I think this was really the last one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And we have some minutes, only for a few minutes, if you have a question and answer, possibly answers on the topic that Chris just showed to you. Monica.
Maybe you already highlighted in the last part of the presentation, it's about trainings. You mentioned that it's important to have trainings with the team about how this NPRI is conducted. This is the trainings about?
Not only about how the NPRI is conducted, but how peer review is conducted, what kind of people you need, how, and that whole process is described in the last annex. Okay. And it gives an outline of what we propose, and I discussed it also with Mark about the outline for the training, what we could consider or what could be considered to include in the training. And many things here I borrowed from the IAA, they have a web-based training tool, and they go through the whole peer review methodology based on what they want to achieve, step by step by step.
And who should do these trainings? For example,
It's not
my
developed
case.
yet. If you speak about the dream, if I may, then a dream could be is that such a tool will be developed, a training. And the training can be provided or online, or it can be done in a classroom composition. And that training can then be given by an NPRI member, but also it should be possible that, let's say, the leader or the one who is responsible for the team or for the peer review in the country or in the organization can give that training.
Okay.
And we also discussed to come to a kind of a trainer approach.
Mhm. Okay, and my last question, not necessarily addressed to you, maybe to the entire team. It's regarding the decision that you want to start a peer review in your organization. This decision, maybe we can take Italy or Netherlands example, is of course it's after on request to the top management, but you had made it like with an internal decision. Because why I'm asking this, afterwards when we're talking about follow-up, then you have to have something written down like a decision. You have this team to do these peer reviews. Sorry to compare it with an audit, but it's easier for me to match them. If you don't have an audit committee, a peer team committee, review team committee, then nominated by decision from the top management to be formalized, then it's very difficult to follow up. You have done this in Italy, you have like a team designated that is delegated to do this, or it's just an agreement, a verbal one, or I don't know if I made myself clear. Yeah, thank you.
It's a crucial topic, and it has to do with the theme of the governance of the peer review. From our point of view, when your management may be also on the push on the lower managers level, managers at over level decide that peer review is an important instrument. You have to define a place, a structure in which the decision about conducting or not the peer review is taken. So the important is to have a kind of antenna which is able to receive signals from the organization and to carry out the process to decide how to go forward. In Italy, what we wrote in the proposal of law that we are carrying on, it says that this body is the council of the agencies, in which each one of the director of the agencies can bring his name, and the need that that director bring there maybe that are something that came from it's our agency. No, not yet. Not yet. You can also set up this kind of structure without the need of law. It is an agreement anyway that has to be formalized to make so this management structure is steady, is well identified, so everybody have a need or want to propose an MPRI, go there and can propose. The second step is who are the actors that could be involved there, because it is up to the people to decide to sit around the table and to perform a peer review. So you need somebody that is capable to get signals of interest, and you need somebody that is able to define who could take part to the review, and to have also the approval of this external, of other people that are useful to perform the peer review. After you read also, as we wrote in our proposal, but it's a general need, a secretariat for this, because if the decision has to be taken at a high level, you need somebody, a steady structure as well, that can make everything is enabling you to make actually the peer review.
But after a couple of years, follow-up, maybe management will not be longer with it. So we will not recognize this
The decision has to be taken one time for everybody, because it's not linked to the persons, but to people, but it's linked to a need, a recognized need for the structure. So it becomes a part of your organization, a part of your work protocols. So when you have a change in the management, they have to implement also that part of the rules, because it is a part of the rules that they have to implement. No, but anyway, it's a very important topic for us, because again, but we will speak about this topic tomorrow. You made the first experience on peer reviews. You will achieve some results, but we think, but I think you as well, that this is not an episode, but it is a story, we say. No, you can find out other topics that deserve this kind of approach, etc., etc. So who will gather all these ideas to propose to other stakeholders? In the case you had, it was the National Guard that had a need, and you decided to ask to other component of that compliance chain to take part, and they agree. So you have to understand who could be the steady structure that can make so that signals of needs could be implemented through this kind of contact. So I think that we can skip to the afternoon session, and we have another presentation made by me and Fabio. Again, regarding some particular element that we decided to put into the MPRI manual. And I have to say that some of these parts has been further developed after the first drafting of the manual, because in the context and the activity that we had after the first issuing of the manual, told us that there was something that deserved some deepening, deserved some more in-depth explanation to make them achievable and accessible to our audience. So let's see about the presentation that I'm going to say. Spero. Okay, this is a presentation, and I will not go through all the passages, obviously, because this is a teaser for us for what we think have to be studied in deep. But I will say to you some principle about what we now think are a central element for a peer review. The first element that I want to show to you, that I want you to discuss with, is the stakeholder analysis. It has been already cited by Chris and by other people here. Let's see what we mean about stakeholder analysis. Okay. Why, where, and to use it and how to perform it. The stakeholder analysis is an important process that allows to understand what the subjects to be considered in any situation when a decision or an action have to be taken, or even only when you want to achieve a better understanding of the environment in a social term in which you are, because of the role that they could play, the influence that they may have, and the consequences they could have because of your behavior. It is an operation that is normally made in a life of many subjects, beginning from commercial and industrial subjects. But if you think about yourself, you can understand also what does a stakeholder analysis means for you. For example, you want to buy a car. Which are the stakeholders that you have to take into consideration when you take a decision to buy a car? Your husband or your wife? If you have if you have child and so on. Another topic to be considered, where you want to go. Another stakeholder is certainly your bank that it can make you able or not, depending on your finances. I hope that you don't need the bank, but anyway, it's normally an important stakeholder, and so on. I think that every problem, every behavior, every activity that you perform have stakeholders. And if you want to achieve your results, you have to understand that could be having a new car. You have to understand which are the relationships you have with all the stakeholders to get the right decision. And this process is to be applied also when you want to perform, to achieve some results in your organization. You have to know who is the people that you have to get in touch with, and you have to convince, or you have to, anyway, involve if you want to achieve a certain result. And this is very important also because if you do not understand deeply who are the stakeholders, and which is the role of the stakeholder in your process, in your activity, maybe that you can, that you achieve some result that you cannot apply it to. Or you lost it. You can lose the opportunity to achieve results, maybe because the right stakeholder is at your hand reach, but you don't know it. So let's see some, in few words, technicality about stakeholder analysis. You have to create a kind of matrix in which you put on the columns the stakeholder and who are the stakeholder, and some rows that say to you which are your characteristics or the thing that you want to do, and you have to define which are the relationship between each one of the stakeholders, which each one of the characteristics that you have to consider in relationship with the stakeholder. So the elements of the subject, situation, action, hypothesis, proposal determine who are the stakeholders. An example, but you could go through the slide when we will deliver to you this example, but it is only an example to understand how to work. Consider that you want to perform an MPRI to achieve some results in terms of opportunity for development. The topics could be the revision of protocols, technical protocols with external relevance, or you want to review some protocols with administrative relevance, or you want to revise protocols with internal technical relevance. You want to define a new way to perform action with judicial relevant and so on, revision of technology, etc., etc. Map your stakeholder, which are the subject in which you get in touch in your work. There may be colleagues of your same areas, colleagues of other areas, your general director. There are some administration that are in direct contact with you. If you deliver to that administration, for example, support in permitting and so on, there are other kind of administration that you consider. For example, the administration you depends on for your financing, national legislator, judiciary system, police, scientific association, industry association. So this is up to you to have the fantasy and the capability to understand which are the subjects that are in touch with your work. Let's see what does it mean be in touch with the work. And you can see that for each one of the columns and rows, you can put a dot, put a cross, to know if there is a relationship with that action, with that stakeholders. Phase 2. For example, I am in the scoping phase. I want to know who to involve in the procedure for the peer review. Not only is it important to identify who are the stakeholders, but it is also important to understand which is the degree of importance of involving the stakeholder. And so you can try to consider this kind of chart. On the Z-axis, you have, or Y-axis, you have the degree of the involvement of the stakeholder in the implementation, the possible implementation of the possible object under peer review. And on the other axis, you have the degree of impact on the stakeholder of the implementation of the possible outcomes of the peer review. So there is an active subject who have to be involved because it can give you a contribute to achieve results in terms of implementation of your hypothetical results of the peer review. But you have also some subjects that are impacted by the peer review, even if they do not have any power about that specific fact. We could make some example about this. And this allows you to understand who you have to involve in the peer review process. There could be people, organizations that low power, low degree of involvement and low degree of impact. Don't take care of them. But all the organizations, all the subjects that could have a high degree of involvement in the implementation of the possible outcome and are also much impacted by that decision, you have to try in every possible way to involve that people there. Another example, you have to manage the outcome of the peer review. The slide before was about who to involve in the peer review process as you made it with your previews on wastes and so on. But now you already have in your hands the results of your peer review, and you have some opportunity of development. So you have to make a kind of other stakeholder analysis. In this case, you have to take into consideration the degree of influence and power of the stakeholder on the implementation of your outcomes. From the other side, you have to take into account the degree of positive influence on the stakeholders on the stakeholder of the outcome of the review. For example, I have my funding department that may have a very high capability to enable you to implement your opportunity for development because they can give you the money, but they have any kind of impact on the actual result of implementation of the opportunity for development. One of the outcomes of your preview may be that you need more people, but the impact of this action is not on your financial department. But anyway, you have to take into account this kind of stakeholder, because without the contributor, this kind of stakeholder, you cannot have anything. From the other hand, for example, you make something that involves your ministry, both from the point of view of funding, of making some specific laws that allows you to make something, and from the other side is very well impacted because they could have benefits from the improvement of your work. So you have to involve with the maximum of your energies this kind of category of stakeholder in the activities next than the obtainment, the construction, the discovering of the opportunities for development. Because without a clear framework of where and how to deliver the peer review outcomes, the execution of the peer review risks to be a pointless exercise. You have good ideas, but you aren't able to get in touch with that subject that can enable you to implement that opportunities, and you can have fantastic ideas, but you do not take into care who could be against your ideas. There may be that they have no any material power to give you the opportunity to implement your ideas, but maybe that they can make some opposition, also of political type, to prevent you to implement your ideas. So you have to evaluate both these categories and to evaluate the importance and the power from a side and the impact on the other side. So, Fabio, about the peer review mission, we already know.
We try to be very, very short, and the method has been already presented by Chris, and I think that no word must be added to your presentation, but I will try to talk about a couple of points regarding the review mission that come from my experience. So if you agree, good. If you do not agree, better, so we can discuss. Okay. So no. I think from this point of view, the experience is more important sometimes that the theory. So talking about the mission, two important points. The peer review mission should start once all conditions are present and working to perform the review. And second, the operational program of a review mission should always be discussed and agreed in advance with the host organization. What I mean? I mean that, first of all, the host organization must have agreed on the program before starting the review. And two, all the participants, all the team members must be aware of the review program. These 2 points, in my opinion, are very important. Why? Because a topic, every kind of topic, could be discussed from different point of view. Take a topic in our job, can be discussed from a technical point of view, from an administrative point of view, from an economic point of view, from a legal point of view, or from the point of view of the organizational issues. So it is important when you decide the topic, also deciding from what point of view you want to discuss the topic. It can be also a combination of this point of view, but it is important to agree on this. And from this point of view, the discussion about top management involvement. My point is that the involvement is always important, but it's more important if you discuss the topic from the point of view, for example, of organizational issues, where the top management can have power to intervene. But if you are discussing the topic from the point of view of how to write a permit, or how on the different steps of an inspection, for example. Maybe it's enough that the middle management or the technicians agree on the scope of the review. So top management is important, but in my opinion, my view, it's not, the important is not the same. Depends on the point of view, on the angle you want to discuss the topic. Second point, the review team. You have all discussed the point of the choice of the review team member. This is another important issue. And in my opinion, there must be an alignment of the review team. You can bring together people speaking the same language. So on one issue, they speak the same language, or they speak of the same issue with different languages. And this must be a choice you have to take in advance. Because if you do not make this choice and you bring around the table, for example, a legal person and the technician person, and the team leader is not able to stick to the program and to make a synthesis of what is coming, the discussion could be pointless from my point of view. So the review team choice is the second important aspect of this. What to say? So the program, the review team, the project leader. The project leader, the leader of the project team, is another key figure of all the process. In my opinion, it should be better if he is an expert of the method, is an expert of the subject, the topic. It's important. If he is able to handle the outcomes of the discussion, even the unexpected ones, and if he's able to create a comfortable environment for the discussion, that's another important point. And the fifth point is he must stick to the program. He must be able to make all the people around the table to stick to the program. That's an important issue. And then the review mission can unfold on these different steps. Chris has already discussed. Just a remark on the site visit. The site visit could be a chance regarding to the topic that is discussed during the peer review. So it's advisable, but not compulsory. I have an experience when we had the peer review in Naples. We wanted to pay a visit to a waste to energy plant. Then we could not because of local situation that was not advisable. But there was the presentation of a case study by a person, and the presentation of a case study, if well detailed and well presented, could be an alternative to, in my opinion, to the site visit. We discussed in that occasion of the remote control of emissions of the waste to energy plant. And this was a very important and interesting discussion. So regarding the site visits, in my opinion, this decision must be taken before starting the review. If you are talking about organizational issues, probably it is not so necessary. In short, the program, the review team, the project team leader, and the decision about the different steps, site visit, and so on. And I have given you my point of view on these issues. If you agree, good, or if you want to discuss the point, well, I'm open for discussion on this point. So I remember once I was the project team leader in Naples, and we started the discussion with all the people from different departments of the agency of Naples, of Campania agency, and it was the first time they met on the item, and Bruno and Adele were with me, and I started the discussion, and all of them started discussing one against the other. And at the end, I didn't understand anything about what they were saying. It was very difficult to me to stick to the program, but I think I succeeded at the end. Yes, it was very hard, but it was important also the disagreement in that occasion, because from the disagreement, the most important things came up. It was not a formal discussion. It was very vivid discussion. And my point at that occasion was to create comfortable environment to let people discuss on waste management in Campania for the first time among them. So this, my point of view, my experience. And so that I think that the project team leader must be well trained also from a psychological point of view, not just technical, to foster the discussion and to stick to the program.
Okay, a few words about again the management of the outcomes and the end of mission agenda. We just said this morning, this is a very important moment in the peer review cycle, because it is a moment in which what you achieved is put in a form that can be transmitted to the stakeholder that can implement your needs. So obviously we have a lot of attention to pay on how to write a report, etc., etc. Obviously, this report had to be agreed by all the people that took part to the peer reviews, and this is a reference document that casts in the future the needs and the contents of the opportunity for development, as well as it casts over all the network the best practice that has been spotted out during the review. All the activities made after the peer reviews, writing the report, delivering the report, etc., are very important, because in that moment you define which are the steps to be followed to make sure that the opportunity for development are implemented. So you can decide which are the intermediate steps, the checks, the verification that you have to perform, but also all the other steps that you need for this achievement. So the end of mission agenda writing is exactly the moment in which you make so what you decided was important for you can be actually implemented. There's no sense to make a lot of work to define which could be advantages and what to do if you do not think about how to achieve that result as following steps. So again, we came back to the topic of the stakeholder analysis, because of each one of the outcomes of the peer review is well addressed must be well addressed to the relevant stakeholder. Again, you have to take into consideration the different actions you have to perform. And you have to have really clear in your mind which are the stakeholders and what to do in each one of the phases in which you plan, you perform, and you deliver the results of your peer review. If you lose the contact with the implementation of what will be achieved, it's not useful to go forward, because you can achieve some information, you can define something that is useful for you, but you are not yet no more in contact with the possibility of implementing this idea. So please keep always well together also the potential outcomes of your work with the potential stakeholder that can enable you to implement that. We can imagine, for example, that you have defined the opportunities for development that after the peer review, you think that they deserve to be implemented. You have different outcomes, but you perform at that moment, also at that moment, a stakeholder analysis regarding the implementation of these. You identify your stakeholder through the techniques we showed before, and you define the degree of relevance of each one of the stakeholders with regard of the outcomes. And you can put in this way, you can enlighten in this way the link that you have to consider between the outcome and the stakeholder. You cannot address every one of the opportunity of development that you found in your peer reviews to each one of the stakeholders. You deliver them a mass of information and a mass of requests, but maybe they are not interested or they have not the power to implement what you need. So you have to be very keen and clear in addressing the right outcome to the right stakeholder. Maybe that there is a complex situation in which one outcome may impact or have to be considered by more than one stakeholder, or one outcome may be addressed only to one, or some stakeholder may be addressed by more than one outcome, and so on. So again, you have this decided specification. And this is stable. For example, we tried to put together the relevance from the point of view of the ambitus of the area of action to be considered with the type of FD with the stakeholder. For example, what I mean for local relevance, it may be that after your peer review, you find some outcomes that could be autonomously implemented by the visited organization. Example, technical rules or procedures on organization of the subject that performed the peer review. In this case, the only one manager, stakeholder, is the management of the organization, because he had all the power and all the interest to implement this kind of output. Another type of a local opportunity for development is an outcome that could be put into practice only with the permission support of external decisional bodies. Example, funding, human resources, rules regarding relationship with other stakeholders, and so on. Obviously, in this case, the stakeholder depend on the administrative context in which you work, and which are the administrative and political bodies at the local and at central level of your country, of your region, of the environment in which you work. But we could have also general outcomes from a peer review. We could have results of the peer reviews that can be immediately implemented by other members of the network to which the visitor organization belongs. Example, technical rules and so on, support and mutual interaction. In the peer review that has been made by by Fabio in the ARPA Campania, what it was found there, some of the information, some of the opportunity for development that was found there could be usefully implemented also in the rest of the network, not only that agency. So you have to be clear, to be keen to understand when something that you are discovering could be useful not only for the organization that has been visited with a peer review, but also for all the network that take part to the peer review or the network to which the visited organization belongs to. Another example are outcome of a systematic NPRI program spotted out through specific analysis carried out by the NPRI coordination body that could be proposed to a central administrative political body. What I mean. Our intention in Italy is to repeat peer reviews, for example, for permitting process at all the agencies belonging to the network. This is one hypothesis. This is something similar to what is made, if I well understood, also in the Netherlands. I have a process. I go to different organizations belonging to my network. I propose to review that same process so I can gather information that can be useful for all the network in a so widely shared way. Obviously, the implementation depends again on the nature of the status and of the administrative context in which you are, because maybe that what you found in this kind of peer review is something that says that a law is wrong or can be improved. So the network making this work can present the proof of the need of the changement of a law or something like this at national level with the strength of something that has been analyzed at the world network level. And this is all from my point of view about what to do with the outcome of a peer review. And as you can see also there, the stakeholder analysis is really, really, really fundamental to deliver to the right body, the right others in the right way with the cooperation of the rest of the network as well. Absolutely. My presentation is over now.
Before Fabio kicks off.
No, Chris has already told about this point, so I skip it.
Okay. Well, just to add something, I think it was excellent how you presented, Giuseppe. But there is one thing, if it comes to the report on the NPRI and the end of mission, which we said in the Netherlands, we have to make this part of the process. What I mean is that if you have your report and, for instance, you have your end of mission minutes, as I told this morning, we will have a 4-year process. That if you are 4 years further on and there is a new NPRI, then you look back 4 years and you look to the report and if and for instance the minutes of the end of mission and what have we achieved. That will also be a part of the stepping stone to move forward. So that's what we think. So you give it. Not only you look after, you have to implement all the opportunities for development, but in the next sequence you look back and, well, what did we achieve and what can we learn from it? So then you get some stepping stone mechanism, and I think that's very worthwhile. But just that's how we will pick it up in the Netherlands.
We are already in the phase of question and answers. No. This is a perfect introduction to the question and answer phase. If I may add something to what you said. Now you can understand how it's important to have a good endorsement from your organization, from your stakeholders, of your high-level stakeholders as well, because more are the stakeholders involved and more are they convinced of the usefulness of your work, more high may be your expectative about the achievement of the peer review. In the case, obviously, is an absurd. Is the President of the Republic is involved in the peer review process, or is aware of the peer review process? You could go there claiming for the implementation of what you found in your work. Obviously, it's an absurd, but anyway, you have to consider this. My humble opinion is that you have to start low to acquire confidence in the technique, to learning by doing the process, also of the involvement of stakeholders and of the implementation of the results. So you can go to your managers, you can say, listen, what we did with this kind of instrument. So they achieve confidence in you, they allows you, or they ask you to go forward. And so you got another level of achievement and so on. I never think that you have to go to a manager saying, please, let me try to do this. They told me it's so nice, etc., etc. But you have to go there with something in your hands, some result that you can achieve. Any other question, observation, request, curiosity, proposal? Because if you have any other proposal and a question, we are discussing the methodology. If you have no other question about the methodology and so on, we could discuss again in front of a cup of coffee. And so we can have a break now. And so with the break at this moment, we are quite balanced with the timing of agenda, or not so late. And please, so have a break now. If you please take your place and fasten your seatbelt. La presentazione dovrebbe essere cambiata forse. Ah, perfetto, perfetto. Bene, bene, molto bene, molto bene. Sì, no, allora, no, questa direi che va chiusa. Aspetta. Dovrebbe avere un'altra ancora. E allora direi che sarà l'altra, grazie. Sì, Presidente. We are quickly approaching the end of the meeting. Also because many of the topics that has been already treated will not be repeated further in the last speech, but there is a part of this meeting, of the speeches and of the presentations that is, we think that is very important to us, because sometimes we have questions from our stakeholders or internally in our organization, but why you want to perform a peer review when you already have some other review instrument in place in your organization? So up to Fabio is the challenging task to speak about the other review instruments that can be used in one organization, and we can see which are the reasons why national peer review is not overlapping with most of this instrument. Fabio.
Yes. To make it clear, yesterday evening, Giuseppe and I wrote down what, from our point of view, are the other tools, and from difference, what is peer review. So I think that it's better I read what we wrote, because we chose the words in a very accurate way. So, okay, this is a short introduction, just to sum up what are the conditions for the success of the peer review. As we say, create a secure environment, ensure enough support for implementation, work on competences, and ensure that the results can be implemented by the organization. Just to remind the most important pillars of peer review, but let's go directly to what we wrote, then we can, as ever, agree on what we think or discuss. What quality system and quality audit are? The quality system requires external audits in which the behavior of an organization is checked against quality rules and manuals. The outcomes are indications regarding the fact that the rules are respected or not, hardly giving indication how to achieve the fulfillment of the rules. Some mistakes, but it was very late yesterday evening. So this is what the quality system and the connected quality audit is. That is not the peer review. So you have a list of rules and you check if your organization cope or doesn't cope with the rules. Internal audits. In my organization, we have an internal audit unit. I don't know if you have similar units in yours. And what do they make? An auditor body checks if some specific procedures for example, the issue of specific permit, the execution of a specific inspection, and so on, have been performed in the respect of the existing internal rules, manuals, organization, etc., and of the administrative and penal law. So it's a confrontation of a behavior against internal rules or law, for example, penal law, and the internal audit wants to assure internal people and external stakeholders that organization is working according to the legislation. Normally, the audit is, for as far as is my experience, is brought about the behavior against a specific legislation. Inspective bodies audits. Can you move this square up, please? Or yes. In some cases, the administration that has the ownership of an organization performs inspection on the correctness in general or on specific cases of the behavior of the organization itself. The results are only go or don't go, with possible sanction, and also in this case, hardly the auditor gives advices on the improvement of the organization. We have external inspection bodies in my organization from the region, for example. We are a regional body, and the region can audit or inspect our way of working against internal or external rules. All these three, we at the end, we discuss about three other systems: quality, internal audit, or inspective audits, but there could be also many others way of assessing the work of an organization. And this is what peer review is not. Of course, peer reviews could be considered as a tool to prepare an organization to this kind of events. Okay, you can make internal peer review to be ready for external inspection. That's okay, but in the spirit of the peer review. Or also a tool to discuss about the outcomes of an audit or of a quality audit and so on. My opinion, Giuseppe's opinion, was important to fix on the paper when we say that peer review is different, why is different, and in which ways is different. So I think this is important message we want to deliver in this session, and I stop here.
Please correct me. Well, in my point of view, now that you presented this, so we have the audit quality system, internal audit, but these are related to check if the organization is fulfill all the requirements based on legislation. But the peer review is it's an evaluation based on what are your scopings and not necessarily regarding to a legislation. So this could be the difference. The audits are regarding to a specific law, quality, and so on. And the peer review, you establish for yourself a scoping, and then you review the activity or the organization in the matter of what they are doing to achieve that, right? I understand it correct? Good. Finally, I understand.
We took 5 years, so don't worry.
An organization needs the other instrument, quality checks, internal audit, and is subjected to external audit, as we had in Lombardia with a regional body that performs independent audit, independent also from the point of view of what internal audit are. And they are happy with this, because we want that everybody is confident with our activities, independently from who is the body. Obviously, when criminal police knocks at your doors, it's not so interesting. It's not so satisfying. But anyway, all that kind of evaluations, of audits, of checks are aimed at seeing if what is written in the rules, maybe quality rules, maybe internal rules, maybe laws, are implemented. And again, but maybe that he grow, but at the time I was also responsible for the internal audits of my agency. I was for some years. And the lawyer that was endorsed with this scope was so intelligent to understand that an internal audit can produce also some indication for opportunity for development. He saw during the internal audit that there were some faults in the rules, on the internal rules, that had to fix to be sure that there were no possibility of having infringement, even if involuntarily. So you have to find out a person really interested in the organization he belongs to. Because if you find something that want to be a kind of a pharmacist, which weighs what you do with the balance, without thinking about the actual need you have to stay aligned with the legislation, you make big damages, because you have an enemy. Not that he is an enemy, but he's felt as an enemy in your organization. So the way of making internal audit as assurance mechanism that everything is in the right way made, but also with possible advices of how to improve your rules about the improvement of your organization. Yes, it could be. But this is always a one man or one part of organizational advice. Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes. But internal audit made in the way that I describe it now is maybe, for a certain extent, something that can produce something that is similar by far to which could be the outcomes of a peer review. I do not say that there is an alternative. Both of them are necessary, but you have to be clear with your people that the outcome is very different, that the purposes are very different. So from a side, you have the assurance of the respect of a rule, as in quality checks, or respect of the law and the regional rules and so on with the audits. No. With a peer review, you need something that can improve your activity. You are looking for improvement. Which is the difficulty in this? That and this is a reason why we put so much importance on the topic of the friendship and the openness that have to be implemented in the conduction of a peer review. That everybody have to be free also to say their fault. And this is a difficult condition to achieve sometimes, because I have an improvement only if I know where I am weak, when I have to improve. So I have to be open. I have not to defend myself and even lying sometimes, because I'm used to know, I used to think that if I declare myself guilty of something, somebody will punish me. So this is a very crucial topic, the achievement of a safe environment for the conduction of review. Everybody must feel himself free to say which are the actual problem that he sees, but also that he sees from himself. They have to understand that they can be helped if they say that there is something wrong they made or something they think could be wrong in what they made. And so this topic is quite different than any other checks, maybe audit or quality checks, because in that other cases you have only afterward to somebody said to you, you don't comply, please comply. And in most of cases, they do not say to you how to comply.
So, sorry, there is priest that I think wants to add some regards. Chris, it's up to you.
You may expect from the one review that they have. Sorry,
Mike, also for the legislation.
What did I say? Yeah. That it's important that the one who is reviewing, the peer, that he or she has expertise. I mean, you cannot take one, oh, can you do that? No, I mean, you must be familiar with how things work. You must have an expertise in that area of work. Otherwise, you cannot come to, I think, very tangible conclusions. That's my view. Yeah. Well, and that's also the big question mark is there. Is the peer reviews and other review tools, which are the differences? And there are differences. They are explained by you very well, Fabio. Another difference, and I'm not sure if you mentioned that, I had a phone call, so I had to go out, but these are more or less mandatory instruments. I mean, if you want to have a certificate for your quality system, then you must have a kind of an audit, a quality audit, because otherwise the organization that is auditing you doesn't give you. If you do not comply with these rules, then you have to improve. The second one, the internal audits, that's also that I think very valuable, but that's also based on a mandatory approach, and it's embedded in the organization, and the organization who undergoes the audit, I mean, you are in the cycle. At a certain moment, you are in the sequence, and then you are audited, if you want it or not. And in the third one, the inspective bodies audits, that's the same situation. If I may share one short experience with you, in Mauritania, for example, they have a very important ministry, and that's the Ministry of Fisheries. Because fisheries is one of the major incomes of the country. And within the ministry, they have an internal inspective body. Not that they carry out inspections on how things work in practice, but they are inspecting the organization, how they perform their tasks and responsibilities. And they have a direct contact. They are positioned directly under the responsible minister. So they are not dealing with the director general. No, it's a director general who is in charge and has a direct line with the minister. So the positioning is also different there. And I asked that director general just to to provoke him a little bit, do you have many friends within the ministry? And well, he said, I have quite a few friends, but we always try, and then I catch your word, friendship. We try to be in good contact with the ones who we are auditing or inspecting if they comply with the internal rules. But in case they do not, yeah, sorry, but then I have to report it to the minister. But in principle, we always try to come to a solution before I go to the other department of the minister. So that's I think also a different. And another difference is that there is a kind of a compliance, kind of a sanctioning here. And sanctioning is not always that you get a fine. Sanctioning can be in the first one, you don't get your certificate. Sanctioning is in the internal audit, for example, oh, you do not comply, so I'm sorry, but we cannot propose to you the increase of a budget, or you have to prove different things. And the inspective bodies audits, they have similar things, you know, that can even be very firm, that to remove people from positions or whatever. So there is a kind of a sanctioning mechanism behind it, and a peer review doesn't have that. Yeah.
My thought is, in a nutshell, is that peer review is always for improvement. The other tools are for compliance, and through compliance, an organization can improve. I hope I've explained the slight difference between peer review and the other tools.
In a way, peer review is an instrument that could be connected for each one of the phases for different reasons. You find that there is a problem with the quality audit. Yes, you have to find out a solution. You create a peer review with your technicians to solve that specific problem. Can get from that peer review the opportunity for development really reality-based, because they know what they have at their disposal, and they have to think about how to use that resources at best. Peer reviews demonstrate also, in the last case, inspective body audit, that anyway you have ongoing and improvement process. It is something that in some cases can help you. Because one thing is to say that they came to your organization, they find that something do not work, but they see also that you have no any instrument in place to try to improve yourself. And the other thing is to say, yes, I see that there is something that is wrong, that can be improved, but I see also that you are making efforts for improving it. Maybe that now you're treating this kind of problem, but tomorrow you can treat and manage also another kind of problem. So is an improvement mechanism, is a prevention mechanism that fits in each of the cases as mechanism that can help you, or not having in place the problem that can be spotted out with this kind of audit, or can help you even if you have wrong results from audits, for quality check, for external audit bodies, because it demonstrates that you want to improve. Anyway. This is the reason why we think that peer reviews should become a piece of the organization of a structure of one organization, and not only something that you make because you have a specific problem. Because we know when the problem is solved, you have another one to face. So what can I say? I ask Chris, please, in a few minutes to make a short recap of today. And I think that about the presentation of the tomorrow cases. We will make the presentation tomorrow.
Such a day, exciting day actually, with all the presentations and the fantastic light lunch. It's good to make this this recap. And if you agree, I will quickly go with you through the program of today. Well, first of all, I think we had a very warm welcome from the Magnifico, if I pronounce it right, Magnifico Rettore. Very warm welcome here in this fantastic ambiance. So that's really absolutely great. So this warm welcome was followed by Mr. Pasquale Fimiani. Yeah, my Dutch is even much more better. But what he did, he also made a connection with environmental crimes and how this can interact. So I truly believe that it was fantastic that he was here. And also with the network conference that is coming, the peer review mechanism what we presented here, that he is aware of that, and that it also can be used in other kinds of topics. So very good that Pasquale could join today. The attendance of Miro, I think that was outstanding and absolutely important that he presented the views from the Commission, and not only to hear from him that he very much loves Impel and all that, which is already well known that the European Commission is really happy with the work of Impel and the position we have, but also how Impel helps to accelerate the implementation and of environmental law. And I think he really illustrated how important it is, also due to the well, the lack of implementation and the high cost of it. Well, there was posted a question to him about the environmental implementation review, and I think also that that he really gave a very good message that implementation is important and that IRI, NPRI can absolutely help to accelerate that. As the responsible expert team leader for the cross-cutting, our colleague from Belgium, Martina, joined in, and it was good that she also gave a short speech how she sees the value and the importance of the peer review mechanism, and also the question that was posted, which provoked also a little bit a discussion on IRI and NPRI. It's good that it's brought again on the agenda. And there was a follow-up by an intervention from Giuseppe and said, well, this is an important topic. We should dedicate a workshop in the future on this important topic. Because we have to acknowledge that NPRI, IRI, they are part of the same family. They are part of the same family with Impel, and we should bring them together and to see how they can complement each other instead of that they are two separate bodies. So that should not be the case. And I think more and more we are coming closer and we can share values and to become two members of the same family. There were several presentations and probably you were overloaded with information about the mechanism. Sometimes you heard more or less the same story, but again, sometimes it's important to repeat that, sometimes to see it from a different angle. And we really hope that it landed and that, yeah, there is a better or a good understanding what the methodology includes, the guidance includes, and also the toolbox. We had several presentations as well where Impel is seen as a coach. There were for the implementation. There were questions about do we need to go with a peer review approach through different cycles, and how do we do that? Well, we had, I think, a very frank and a very good discussion about that, that it's not always needed to have it in sequence of cycles, but it can also be standalones, but also sometimes it's important to have it in a cycle to assess what has been done in the meantime to implement the opportunities for development, which were identified in the previous peer review. Fabio presented, and you mentioned it, from the paper to the field. So how to make something which is written down and is more theory, and how to bring it in practice. So I think that was very well understood and very well received, because then it becomes even more visible and touchable. And Netherlands, by Peter Jan, he followed up with saying, yes, and we have our experience, because actually it was short presentations of our experiences in Italy and in the Netherlands. And Peter Jan followed with, we started with a pilot project. Next steps have been made, and now already yeah, I don't know that I can exactly say it in the Netherlands of in Dutch language, zwaankleef aan, but now you can see that if you are not joining in, then you feel excluded. So all the repas, they join in now, and they want to be part of this peer review approach. The main message you also gave, Peter Jan, is the idea is we want to, or it's actually, they are certain we want to grow. That's the important message. And if you want to be successful, then you also have to take your responsibility. And that's joining in, but also do something with the opportunities for development which are identified. We had a discussion about the methodology, about scoping, assessment framework, stakeholder analysis, and we touched upon them towards a little bit more a detailed level. And also with a recommendation, please read it again, also in the menu, how difficult it sometimes may be. But these are the very important elements for how to bring focus and how to make it measurable. And how to deal with your stakeholders, whom you might not know yet, but after a good analysis, you may find them, and you may think and even feel, my gosh, why didn't I meet you earlier? We have seen that in practice. There was a question about the element of training. Also here we believe that it's essential that a training to a certain level, or how you want to design it, that it's given or to be included. And we believe that the methodology contains very, very good bullet points how to do that. And on the sideline, I had not a discussion, but we had a small exchange, Mark and myself, and we said we have to develop that. Actually, it's a must to have a kind of a training program for the future. Fabio mentioned, then I switched again to Fabio, the elements of the peer review mission, and you also presented, and that was not included in the previous presentation, but the conditions for success. What are the conditions for success to be successful? And it's very good to take note of that. And then finally, the presentation about other instruments, which are actually not peer review instruments, but they can be seen as additional to a peer reviewed instrument or approach. You mentioned the quality mechanism, internal audits, inspection audits, and how they add to the whole portfolio of reviews, but at the same time to acknowledge as well the differences between them, and with sanctioning, light sanctioning, or friendship, and to have open discussion among equals, because that's where we started with this morning. A peer review is a discussion among equals, and with an audit, you are in a different position. However, they can be really complemented to each other. This is, I think, what I took from today. I don't know how you perceived it, but listening very carefully to everyone, to the discussions and to the questions, I think it was a very fruitful day. We had a very good outcome. And I think we have a very good basis for further discussions tomorrow. That's my recap, Giuseppe.
Thank you, Chris. There's a basis for going forward with our work, and mind that also the project leaders are learning a lot from this kind of meeting because of your question, because of your reflection, and so on. And before closing, I want only to remind everybody one thing, is that we should have had this meeting 3 years ago, exactly 3 years ago, and we canceled that meeting. We had to cancel. From that moment till now, we had in Italy as much as 180,000 casualties. And the most of the part of the work that you saw today regarding the manual has been made in that period through teleconference and so on. And I remember I was home. I was 200 meters far from my former office, but we made anyway everything by teleconference. And aside the terrible situation that we had, and in the same moment in which we had the terrible situation in each one of the countries, we were so brave to go forward with this work. While I can say that other part of Impel itself stopped their activity. And to me, it means a lot about our willingness to go forward and how we trust in this kind of instrument. So this is a premise to see also not only the theoretical work we made that has been presented today, but also about the actual implementation of this outcome. And I would say that apart then Italy and Netherlands that anyway went forward with the work, what you will see tomorrow is something that began this year, actually. So you will see how what has been done in less than 1 year is so important, so deep, so productive, and so able to teach us how to go forward with other experiences. That's all from me today, and see you tomorrow morning. Last technical information. We will meet at restaurant this evening at Portico d'Ottavia, which is a restaurant really close to where we were today. Getting out of the restaurant in which we are today, on the right, left, you can find this restaurant, Portico, Gigetto Portico d'Ottavia. Gigetto. Ok. Lo possiamo scrivere? Sì. Gigetto al Portico d'Ottavia. Proviamo. Anyway, if you like, we can meet here. Okay. They will begin serving us at 9 p.m. Okay, this is, I ask you to delay a little bit so you can enjoy the city a little bit more, or if you want to go to take a rest in your hotel, please. So anyway, we have to be there at 9 sharp. So my proposal, who knows where it is to go directly there, and who don't knows or who do not feel himself enough sure about where the restaurant is, to meet each other in front of the door of this building at 10 before 9. Okay, here below at the door of this building. And so everything, anyway, I will be there 10 minutes before